The old man's actions seemed to be a signal. The other nascent soul cultivators, still entangled in combat, suddenly used various incredible secret techniques. Some vanished in place after a flash of white light. Others spat out essence blood to transform into strange blood lights to escape, each one preferring to suffer severe loss of essence than to be desperately fleeing from their opponents. HMPH, a bone-chilling cold snort echoed from midair. The golden Jiao King's face revealed a savage expression as he waved his hand. After a crackling sound, a beam of strange gold and silver light shot out. This demon unexpectedly threw the golden spear in his hand, with great force towards the thin old man. The strange beam disappeared as soon as it was released, vanishing in the void. Not good. The thin old man, who had been watching the golden Jiao King's every move, trembled upon seeing this scene. He suddenly threw the green mirror in his hand behind him. As the green light flourished, a moon illusion several feet in diameter emerged, enveloping the old man completely. Almost at the instant the green moon formed, a giant golden spear more than 10 feet long appeared at close range. The silver electric light on it flashed, and with a thunderous boom, it struck the center of the green moon. The green moon's surface shattered like a mirror, and the giant spear penetrated the moon, dispersing it in one strike. Witnessing this scene, the thin old man was shocked. His body flickered with purple light as he attempted to use some secret technique to escape. But in that instant, the giant spear, now reduced to half its size, shot out from the remaining moon shadows and bizarrely struck the purple light. With a loud boom, the purple light, despite being a manifestation of some ancient treasure, managed to block the attack. However, the thin old man was sent flying several feet away, unable to control his body at all. The golden Jiao King in midair took a step, crossing a distance of more than 10 feet with an incredible maneuver, and instantly caught up with the thin old man. Without a word, he reached out with a golden, claw-like hand. The thin old man, just recovering slightly from the blow, turned pale at the golden Jiao King's approach. In his panic, he spat out a fist-sized emerald green bead. With a clang, the golden claw unceremoniously grasped the bead, producing a crisp metallic sound. However, the bead instantly expanded as if to shoot out. The golden Jiao King's eyes flashed coldly. His 5 fingers suddenly grew several inches longer, and copper coin-sized golden scales appeared on the back of his hand. With a muffled puff, he crushed the bead with his bare hand. A dazzling green light flashed, but the golden claw remained unscathed, showing no damage at all. Transforming dragon technique. The thin old man exclaimed in dismay as the bead was destroyed, spurting a mouthful of essence blood due to his mental connection. However, this delay allowed the purple light around him to shoot out once more, extending the distance between him and the golden Jiao King by more than 10 feet. This time, the golden Jiao King didn't pursue. His armored face darkened as he punched in the direction of the purple light. A golden fist, about a foot in size, mysteriously appeared above the purple light and struck down like lightning. With a loud boom, the thin old man was sent flying diagonally like a meteor, crashing into a stone peak and creating a large hole before being buried by debris. The golden Jiao King sneered, and with a flash appeared at the top of the pavilion, standing at the edge of the hole and looking down. He raised his arm, his palm glowing golden, ready to deliver the finishing blow to the thin old man. At that moment, his expression changed. He abruptly shifted his arm's direction and grabbed at a spot near the pavilion door, shouting, "Who's there? Get out here." 5 beams of golden light shot out, disappearing into the ground. After a few muffled sounds, 5 long grooves appeared in front of the pavilion, dark and deep, but no figure emerged. Seeing this, the golden Jiao King's eyes flickered with suspicion. He had felt a sudden, inexplicable shudder that made his whole body cold, prompting his instinctive attack. Though the demon hadn't truly detected anything, his innate sensitivity to danger, honed over countless years, had saved his life many times. However, the missed attack left the golden Jiao King uncertain, wondering if it had been a mere illusion. As he pondered whether to expand his search, the rubble at the bottom of the pavilion's hole shifted briefly before settling back. This small sound caught the golden Jiao King's attention, his gaze turning murderous as he looked at the pile of stones. He reached out and summoned his golden spear, which appeared amidst crackling electric arcs. Without a word, he swung the spear fiercely. The spear, enveloped in silver arcs, transformed into a dazzling rainbow as it shot downward, disappearing midway. When it reappeared, it was embedded in the ground more than 20 feet away. With a rumble, the spear vanished into the earth. A muffled groan followed, and the surrounding ground shattered, sending debris flying. A purple light shot out from the rubble, revealing the thin old man, now pale and bloodied, his protective purple light flickering weakly. The old man, forced out, fled towards the edge of the stone peak. The golden Jiao King sneered, summoning his spear once more. With another swing, the thin old man, though he summoned a shield and an iron ruler, couldn't withstand the spear's power. The spear shattered both treasures and pierced through the thin purple light, going straight through the old man's chest. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator screamed and fell to the ground, motionless, a charred hole in his chest emitting a faint burnt smell. HMPH, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator trying to escape from me is just a pipe dream. The golden Jiao King coldly remarked, retrieving his spear. He then shot out several nails, which grew into golden spikes, pinning the old man to the ground and sealing his nascent soul. Satisfied, the golden Jiao King grabbed the old man's storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense, his expression darkening. His gaze swept the sky, observing that 2 of the other escaping nascent soul cultivators were recaptured, while the gray-robed old man with a gourd and a blood mist had fled far away, pursued by newly arrived demon cultivators. The golden Jiao King's face twitched. After a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a golden light and chased the blood mist. Watching the retreating golden light, Han Li, hidden near the pavilion door, let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the golden Jiao King knock the thin old man into the pavilion, Han Li had considered capturing the old man to search him for the top-grade spirit stone. However, he deemed it too risky and restrained himself. But the golden Jiao King's keen senses had detected Han Li's momentary distraction, leading to his attack. Fortunately, Han Li's escape techniques were advanced, allowing him to silently shift to the other side of the pavilion door, avoiding the attack. From the golden Jiao King's reaction, the top-grade spirit stone wasn't in the old man's storage bag, and it was unlikely he'd kept it on his person due to its highly pure spiritual energy. Ignoring the fallen old man, Han Li looked up at the sky. Under the blue demon fog, an 8th-level demon, likely left by the golden Jiao King to monitor the stone peak, hovered in the air. This demon had a blue face, a hideous expression, and blue scales on its limbs, looking extremely fierce. Suddenly, the demon turned its head to look in a certain direction. Han Li followed the gaze and saw a yellow light flying toward them, seemingly holding something. His eyes flashed, and he activated his spiritual eyes to clearly see the beast within the yellow light. Chapter 1150, Seizing Treasure. A peculiar beast resembling a seahorse, but with 4 arms appeared, holding a pale blue storage bag with a grotesquely joyful expression. Han Li's pupils contracted upon seeing this. At that moment, the blue-skinned demon floating in the air conversed briefly with the 4-armed beast, then also revealed an excited expression. Transforming into a blue light, he sped toward the 4-armed beast. Seeing the unusual expressions of the 8th-level demon, Han Li's last bit of hesitation vanished. Without further concealment, he activated his wind thunder wings, disappearing in a flash and reappearing 1,000 feet away as a silver arc. With a clap of thunder, he materialized above the 4-armed beast. The 4-armed beast, realizing the danger, opened its mouth to release a dense yellow light and transformed into a dazzling yellow streak, aiming to avoid Han Li and head toward the 8th-level demon. Recognizing the beast's intention to avoid confrontation, Han Li, ignoring the demon's enraged roar from afar, swept his sleeve, dispersing the yellow lights into dozens of tiny yellow nails that fell. Raising another hand, he formed a giant green hand in the air, which swiftly grabbed the beast, similar to how the golden flood dragon king had dealt with the emaciated elder. The terrified 4-armed beast, flashing yellow light, transformed its arms into 4 gleaming blades, slashing at the giant hand. But Han Li's nascent soul stage power was not something a mere 6th-level beast could counter. The green hand remained unharmed despite the beast's frantic attacks. With a fierce look, Han Li clenched his fingers, crushing the beast into pieces amidst its screams. Simultaneously, he reappeared by the remains, retrieving the pale blue storage bag and quickly scanning it with his spiritual sense, a look of joy spreading across his face. "Leave the spirit stones." A thunderous roar echoed, revealing the approaching enraged blue-skinned demon. Failing to stop Han Li from seizing the treasure, he shouted loud enough for creatures miles away to hear. Han Li, frowning, turned to glance at the demon coldly, as if looking at a dead man. The demon, now much closer, was chilled by Han Li's gaze, realizing the extent of his opponent's power. "Nascent soul stage, who are you?" he stammered, producing two shell-like treasures to shield himself, a look of fear in his eyes. "Who I am doesn't matter to a dead man." Han Li, uninterested in further talk, noticed two more demons approaching from the distance, their battle abandoned to come after him. Judging the nearing presence of the golden flood dragon king and other demons, Han Li decided it was not worth the risk. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a green wooden ruler. The blue-skinned demon hastily activated his shell-like shields, which formed a thick protective layer around him, bringing some relief. Seeing this, Han Li, with a mocking smile, swung the ruler. A giant silver lotus manifested above the demon, emitting a powerful Buddha light. The demon instinctively tried to dodge, but found himself immobilized, the Buddha light paralyzing his powers. With a flash of golden light, the protective shell shattered, and the demon was cleaved in two. A green flame shot out from the corpse, only to be trapped and absorbed into a jade bottle by Han Li. Meanwhile, the approaching two demons, witnessing Han Li's actions, halted, exchanging fearful glances. As the golden flood dragon king neared with others following, Han Li, realizing he had achieved his goal, decided to retreat. As the golden flood dragon king ordered his men to intercept, the two demons reluctantly transformed into wind dragons, lunging at Han Li. Laughing, Han Li transformed into a silver arc, evading the dragons and continuing his escape at a phenomenal speed. A turtle demon, arriving from the front, seeing Han Li's speed and power, quickly tried to divert its path. Han Li, with a cold glint in his eyes, vanished before the turtle demon's eyes. Surprised, the turtle demon paused in its tracks. But this moment of hesitation cost the turtle demon its life. A few meters away, a spatial ripple appeared, and Han Li emerged amidst flickering violet flames. Without saying a word, he waved his sleeve towards the turtle demon. 36 small swords shot out from his sleeve, transformed into hundreds of golden sword lights in a blur, and with a loud whooshing sound, formed a dense sword net that descended upon the turtle demon. "It's you." The turtle demon twisted its head and finally saw Han Li's true face, exclaiming in shock as if seeing a ghost, instantly recognizing Han Li. However, upon seeing so many sword lights coming at him, his face turned deathly pale. From afar, he had witnessed Han Li easily kill another 8th-level demon beast of the same rank, with just one golden sword light, with the opponent's prized treasure being completely ineffective. In fear, the turtle demon roared a few times, then abruptly tore off his robe, transforming into a black cloud that met the sword net head-on, while he himself gathered dark demonic energy, preparing to escape using a secret technique. But at that moment, a bone-chilling snort came from Han Li. In an instant, the turtle demon felt a searing pain in his consciousness, clutching his head and screaming, black blood streaming from his ears and nose. He fell from midair. The black cloud, upon contact with the golden sword light, was immediately shredded into countless pieces. The remaining fragments fell to the ground as fingernail-sized pieces of turtle shell. The golden light flared, and the sword net descended on the turtle demon. The turtle demon, recovering slightly from the agonizing pain in his consciousness, had no time to escape and was thoroughly entangled in the sword net. In desperation, he bit down hard and shouted, "Brother Jin, he is that Li." But before he could finish, Han Li's face darkened, and he forcefully urged his sword technique. The sword net tightened abruptly, golden light flashing over the turtle demon, slicing him into countless pieces. Even the green fire that was his soul was instantly obliterated by the rolling sword light. The extermination of the turtle demon took only a few breaths. Han Li's figure blurred, transforming into a dazzling light and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The golden Jiao King, unwilling to give up, chased Han Li out of Biling Island, but soon realized he couldn't catch up. Admitting he might not win in a solo fight, he reluctantly abandoned the pursuit and returned to the stone peak with a dark expression. Olay. Back at the stone peak, the golden Jiao King muttered, his expression shifting. At this moment, other demon beasts in human form gathered around, their faces equally grim. Brother Jin, who is this late nascent soul human cultivator? He doesn't seem to match any of the rumors about the 6 paths or the twin saints who can't leave Xingcheng. Could he be a newly ascended great cultivator among humans? A demon cloaked in flames spoke first. I'm not sure, but his techniques and treasures are unfamiliar, indicating he isn't among the well-known nascent soul cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea, replied the golden Jiao King in a deep voice. This person's abilities are impressive. Blue and black Taoists couldn't even last a single encounter with him. His power might surpass the 6 paths and the twin saints, said a green-robed demon, visibly shaken. The other demons also showed signs of fear. Most of the demons present were at the 8th level, not significantly stronger than the turtle demon. Since Han Li could easily kill 2 demons, they realized they would fare no better if they faced him. Many resolved that if they encountered Han Li again, they would flee immediately. I once fought the extreme sage of the 6 paths. This person seems even more formidable. The 6 paths couldn't kill a transformed demon so easily without a sneak attack. However, there's no need to overestimate this person. Our unfamiliarity with his abilities allowed him to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded so easily, said the golden Jiao King calmly. The other demons, hearing this, either showed understanding or remained silent. Just then, a ninth-level demon, the plump one who had initially fought the thin old man, spoke up. "Brother Jin, what did Black Taoist mean before he died? Do you have any clues?" He mentioned the surname Li, as if recognizing the man. "If I remember correctly, years ago, the Jiao Dragon clan and the Suwani royal clan jointly attacked human cultivators and islands near Wanjiang Sea, searching for a Li-named cultivator. Could there be a connection?" Hearing this, the surrounding demons were abuzz. The golden Jiao King furrowed his brow. "There shouldn't be any connection. One of my descendants was ambushed and killed by a human core formation cultivator years ago. We searched for the killer, but this person is a late nascent soul cultivator. It's impossible for them to be the same person unless he's an extraordinary genius. Advancing from core formation to late nascent soul in less than 200 years is unheard of." The golden Jiao King pondered before shaking his head. "That's not necessarily the case. I once killed a human nascent soul cultivator and learned through soul searching that the human race's top secret treasure, the Zeushan cauldron, had appeared, obtained by a core formation cultivator named Han. Later, human nascent soul old monsters discovered he had used the surname Li for a long time in the outer sea. With the Zeushan cauldron's supplementary pills and other ancient elixirs, advancing to the late nascent soul stage quickly isn't impossible," the plump demon said with a laugh. The other demons were shocked and began whispering among themselves. The golden Jiao King, hearing this, also pondered. After a while, his eyes gleamed coldly. "If this is true, then this person might indeed be the one who killed my descendant. If so, I won't let him go easily. Whether for my grandchild's revenge or today's deaths of black and blue Taoists, he must pay with his blood. Besides, he took the supreme spirit stone and possesses the Zeushan cauldron," he said. "This person is a late nascent soul cultivator with formidable abilities. We need to corner him and have at least 3 people of Brother Jin's level to deal with him. Otherwise, there's no hope for revenge or treasure," the plump demon cautioned. "We mustn't underestimate him. We'll need to plan carefully and invite Brother Suan and Taoist Bai to help. However, this isn't urgent. As long as he remains in the Xinghai, we have opportunities. Our priority now is to re-establish defenses and gather forces to prevent human cultivators from retaliating. The Reverse Star Alliance and Xingong won't give up easily and will likely return. We need to." The golden Jiao King shifted the focus to the spirit mine. The surrounding demons, their interests piqued, listened intently. Only the plump demon remained worried, his mind elsewhere. Meanwhile, far away, Hanley slowed down once he confirmed no one was pursuing him. He adjusted his direction and headed towards Silver Shark Island instead of returning to the so-called Thunder Island. Within his light, he took out a green storage pouch and excitedly shook it. A white mist emerged, revealing a thumb-sized, emerald-green spirit stone. Hanley held the stone, examining it closely. The surface of the spirit stone shimmered unpredictably with shifting green lights, sometimes dimming and other times brightening, resembling a living entity. Amidst the green light, tiny whitish things seemed to continuously emerge, yet they were too small to be clearly discerned for a moment. Han Li was astonished, his pupils contracting as azure light suddenly flashed in his eyes, finally allowing him to see clearly within the green glow. They turned out to be patches of milky white light dots, resembling snowflakes or runes. These dots constantly surged out from the emerald green spirit stone, promptly bursting open on their own, transforming into pure specks of wood spirit chi. This spirit stone actually overflowed forcefully with spiritual chi due to its enormous accumulation. Seeing this, Han Li was both shocked and delighted. This was undoubtedly the rumored top-grade spirit stone, conveniently a wood attribute stone suitable for him. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising for it to be a wood attribute stone. The veins on the Bai Ling Island were originally abundant in wood attribute spirit stones, and a top-grade spirit stone being of wood attribute was something he had expected. Han Li closed his eyes, slightly sensing the wood spirit chi emanating from the spirit stone. After a while, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually, a green light flickered at his fingertips as he attempted to absorb the majestic spiritual chi within the crystal. 5 slender streams of spiritual chi flowed out from the spirit stone, cool and dense, like 5 small snakes drilling straight into Han Li's palm. Caught off guard, Han Li was startled. His fingers twitched, instinctively cutting off the absorption of the spirit stone. However, the 5 small snakes had already entered his arm's meridians and immediately dispersed. Instantly, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy spread throughout his body, enveloping him in a refreshing coolness that quickly turned into a warm, comforting sensation, making him feel extraordinarily relaxed, almost as if he were about to float away. Is this what a top-grade spirit stone is like? The spiritual chi it provides is indeed far beyond that of high-grade spirit stones. Han Li quickly refined this burst of spiritual energy, feeling elated. Just this brief absorption could save him half a month of meditation. If he were to absorb the entire spirit stone, wouldn't it save him 10 years of arduous cultivation? Han Li couldn't help but think greedily. Of course, this kind of reckless consumption was just a thought. A spirit stone that could provide such pure spiritual chi could only be reserved for critical moments when breaking through bottlenecks. Turning his palm over, a cyan wooden box appeared in Han Li's hand. He carefully placed the top-grade spirit stone into the box, took out several talismans of various colors, and affixed them to the box's surface. Only then did he put the box into his storage bag. Han Li let out a long, exhilarating roar, transforming into a flash of dazzling green light and shooting off into the distance. Several months later, Han Li arrived near Silver Shark Island without any incidents along the way. However, as soon as he entered the surrounding waters, he noticed something unusual. Not a single cultivator was seen until he approached Silver Shark Island, which was quite strange. When Han Li finally saw Silver Shark Island from a distance, he was stunned. The island was shrouded in a thick blue light barrier, with the defensive array fully activated and strong restrictive waves emanating from it. A sweep with his divine sense revealed that the surrounding sea was empty, as if all the cultivators had withdrawn into the island's restrictions. Han Li paused, scanning the seabed nearby to confirm there was indeed nothing abnormal, then flew cautiously towards the island's entrance, where the restrictive waves were relatively gentle, indicating it was the entrance to the defensive array. A few flashes of green light later, Han Li arrived before the light barrier, his figure appearing as the glow dimmed. After glancing through the blue haze, he raised a hand, sending a sound-transmitting talisman into the barrier. Han Li then floated in the air, his expression impassive. "Who is it that has returned to the island? May I know your name?" A cautious male voice came from behind the barrier as a divine sense swept over Han Li. Han Li's face darkened, and a burst of green light from his body forcefully repelled the divine sense, causing a muffled grunt from the other side. "HMPH, my name is not for you youngsters to ask. Open the restriction, I have urgent business on the island," Han Li said coldly. "Ah, forgive my rudeness, senior. Under normal circumstances, I would comply immediately. But recently, a large number of demon beasts have appeared near the island, and just a few days ago they attacked. By order, all returning cultivators must verify their identities before entering," the cultivator explained, enduring the backlash from his divine sense. "Is that so? How do you intend to verify my identity?" Han Li's mind flashed back to the beast attack on Bai Ling Island, and after a brief contemplation, he softened his tone. "Could you provide your name and background, or some token to prove your identity?" the cultivator asked cautiously. "A token? How about this?" Han Li frowned, then flicked his hand, sending a golden light into the barrier. It was the guest token given by the heavenly star twin saints. "Senior Han, my apologies. I'll open the barrier right away," the astonished voice replied from behind the barrier. Han Li felt a twinge of curiosity at the response, but maintained his calm demeanor and waited patiently. In a few moments, the blue light barrier trembled and parted, allowing Han Li to fly through in a streak of green light. The barrier resealed behind him with a soft hum. Inside, Han Li was greeted by over a dozen white-robed Star Palace cultivators, standing in 2 rows. With a flick of his green light, Han Li appeared before them. "Greetings, Senior Han." A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This was the man who had spoken to him, a mid-stage core formation cultivator, his face slightly pale from the backlash of his divine sense. "Just you guarding this place?" Han Li asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The others were only at the foundation establishment stage, a rather weak defense. Because of the recent intense beast attack, other cultivators have retreated to the inner island town to rest. Only we remain on duty. But rest assured, Senior, There are over 100 of our disciples stationed a mere 100 miles away, ready to support us at any moment, the man explained. You addressed me as Senior Han. How did you know who I am? Han Li's face darkened again, and he unleashed a burst of overwhelming spiritual pressure, forcing the man to step back. Senior Han, the palace informed all stationed disciples of your appearance and identity months ago, instructing us to follow your orders. The man hurriedly explained, his heart pounding. Is that so? I didn't expect the two palace lords to be so concerned about me, Han Li said, his eyes flickering before his expression softened, and his immense spiritual pressure vanished. The man sighed in relief, a smile of apology appearing on his face. At that moment, Han Li looked towards the inner island. After a few moments, he asked nonchalantly, Have you informed the others? Yes, as soon as I knew of your arrival, I sent word to the elders on the island to welcome you. The man replied honestly. I see. Han Li's face remained unreadable, though the man felt a shiver, his anxiety growing. Just then, a flash of white light appeared in the distant sky, followed by the sound of something cutting through the air as a white streak of light flew towards them. Han Li squinted at the sky. Elder Zhao is coming to greet Senior Han personally, the man said flatteringly. Han Li merely acknowledged with a grunt, standing there with arms crossed. The man was puzzled by Han Li's casual demeanor, unaware that Han Li was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After his divine sense was repelled, he dared not scan Han Li again, assuming Han Li was a newly recruited nascent soul cultivator of the Star Palace. The white light descended, revealing an elderly man in a brocade robe, his hair and eyebrows white, giving off an imposing aura. This elder was a nascent soul stage cultivator. He spotted Han Li immediately, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward and bowed with a smile. Brother Han, forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. I am Zhao. Please excuse my rudeness. The elder's face beamed with a friendliness, as if they were old friends. Han Li's eyebrows twitched, but he remained composed. Elder Zhao, I hear Silver Shark Island has been troubled lately. What's the situation? Are you in charge here? Han Li asked. Though there was a beast attack recently, it wasn't too severe, with no transformed beasts among them. It was a false alarm. I'm not in charge here. Elder Enning is. He's away investigating the reason for the attack. I've been waiting here to welcome you on behalf of our palace, Elder Zhao explained with a smile. Waiting for me. Han Li's expression showed a hint of surprise. Indeed, this is by order of our two saints. They requested a meeting with you when you returned to the inner sea. I've been here waiting for several months, Zhao said, smiling. Oh, what could be so important to cause you such trouble? Han Li frowned, sensing potential complications. This isn't the place to discuss it. Let's talk somewhere more private, Zhao suggested mysteriously. Very well. How about that hill over there? Han Li pointed to a nearby unnamed hill after a brief glance around. Perfect. As you wish, Zhao agreed after a glance at the hill. Han Li nodded, and Zhao instructed the Star Palace disciples before the two transformed into streaks of light, heading for the hill. They arrived at the hilltop in the blink of an eye. "Elder Zhao, what message do the palace lords have for me?" Han Li asked calmly as soon as they landed. "Ha ha, Brother Han, no need to be so cautious. This is a great opportunity for you," Zhao said, stroking his beard with a laugh. "A great opportunity? What do you mean?" Han Li was taken aback. "Brother Han, you're under 100 years old, aren't you?" Zhao asked with a smile. "So what if I am?" Han Li felt a sense of unease but kept his expression neutral, staring intently at Zhao. "Ha ha, this is just right. Brother Han, what do you think of Elder Ling from our palace?" The old man with the surname Zhao said with a smile. "Are you referring to Taoist Ling Yuling?" Han Li asked, puzzled. "Yes, indeed. She is the beloved daughter of our two holy venerables." The old man nodded repeatedly. "Elder Ling is very talented to have advanced to the nascent soul stage at such a young age. But what do you mean by this?" Han Li asked, his eyes flashing with confusion. "Although Elder Ling is indeed talented, she is not on par with Brother Han. However, both of you are undoubtedly prodigious talents. If you two were to support each other in cultivation, you might even achieve the immortal path together. Would Brother Han be willing to form a dual cultivation partnership with Elder Ling?" The old man asked with a beaming smile. "A dual cultivation partner?" This time, Han Li was genuinely shocked, his mouth agape and unable to close for a long while. "That's right, Brother Han and Elder Ling are both so young and gifted. It's a match made in heaven. How about I act as the matchmaker?" The old man said, his face brimming with smiles. Han Li's expression flashed with surprise, and then furrowed his brows. The old man, who had been observing Han Li's expression closely, was taken aback and began to wonder. Could it be that the other party was not willing to accept such a good offer? In the world of cultivation, female nascent soul cultivators were extremely rare. Even fewer were those of similar age, making true dual cultivation partners hard to come by. Most nascent soul male cultivators could only take core formation or even foundation establishment female cultivators as concubines. Very few had true dual cultivation partners. Occasionally, when a female nascent soul cultivator appeared, she would have several male cultivators of similar level vying for her hand. The old man had initially thought that since Ling Yuling was a nascent soul cultivator, beautiful, and the beloved daughter of the famous Lord of the Star Palace, it was a golden opportunity. The fact that Han Li seemed indifferent and even somewhat unwilling was beyond the old man's expectations. However, given that Han Li was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he did not dare to show any displeasure and continued to speak enthusiastically. "The holy venerables said that if Brother Han agrees to marry Elder Ling and is willing to reside in our star city, given your cultivation level, you would naturally become the next lord of the Star Palace. This way, Brother Han would instantly become the ruler of the Star Sea. Moreover, The old man continued to list the numerous benefits promised by the holy venerables, his tone filled with envy. Han Li remained silent, but when he saw that the old man showed no signs of stopping, he sighed inwardly and finally interrupted. "What, Brother Han? Have you thought this through? There's no rush. You can think about it for a few more days before replying," the old man said, unwilling to give up even after Han Li's refusal. "It's not that I look down on Fairy Yuling or have any prejudice against your palace, but I already have a fixed partner who is also a nascent soul cultivator," Han Li said slowly. "Ah, I see. Then there's no helping it. It seems Elder Ling and Brother Han are fated but not destined. However, I still think it's a pity," the old man said, relieved by Han Li's reason. The old man had not been informed by the holy venerables that Han Li might be an outsider, so he assumed Han Li was a reclusive cultivator from the chaotic Star Sea. "Since the matter of Elder Ling cannot be forced, the holy venerables have asked me to convey a message if you refuse. Would you be interested in hearing it?" the old man said. "Of course, I would like to hear it," Han Li replied without hesitation. The old man continued, "The holy venerables would like to meet you in person. The meeting location can be anywhere near Star City, as you choose. They asked me to tell you that the discussion will concern breaking through the bottleneck to the deity transformation stage. I hope Brother Han will agree." Concerning breaking through to the deity transformation stage, Han Li touched his chin and showed a contemplative expression. If not for the last sentence, he would have refused outright. But now, since it was a matter of great importance, he had to think carefully. After all, he had no clue about breaking through to the deity transformation stage. Even if it meant taking some risks, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. "If the holy venerables don't mind, 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for them on a small island 3,000 miles north of Star City," Han Li said after careful consideration. Given his current abilities, as long as he wasn't trapped in a dead end or surrounded by too many nascent soul cultivators, he feared no ambush. Thus, meeting in an open area was safer. "Very well, I will report this to the holy venerables," the old man said, pleased that Han Li had agreed this time. Han Li exchanged a few more words with the old man before taking his leave. The old man, seeing that Han Li had no intention of staying, did not try to detain him. Han Li did not need the old man to accompany him, and directly headed to the teleportation array on the island. With Han Li's speed, he soon arrived above the mountain where the teleportation array was located. He saw the long-haired cultivator guarding the array standing in front of a stone house, sternly speaking to several cultivators, repeatedly shaking his head as if refusing something. In a flash of blinding green light, Han Li appeared before the group. "Greetings, Senior Han." The long-haired cultivator recognized Han Li immediately and hurried over to greet him with a smile. "I want to return to the inner sea. Is there any problem with the teleportation array?" Han Li asked coldly. "Of course not, Senior. Please come in." The Star Palace cultivator responded quickly, handing over a teleportation talisman. Although he had the great teleportation talisman, Han Li took the talisman without hesitation and stepped inside. Moments later, the stone house lit up with the light of teleportation, and Han Li vanished. The other cultivators, who had been watching with awe, relaxed after Han Li's departure. One of the core formation cultivators, who was familiar with the long-haired guard, asked, "Brother Yu, is this senior an elder of your palace? He seems unfamiliar." "Not exactly. I've only seen him once, but he carries a guest elder token of our Star Palace. Although not officially announced, he should soon become one of our new elders," the long-haired cultivator said with a proud smile. "I see. Doesn't this mean your palace's strength will increase? This elder seems to have some sort of treasure protecting him. Is he an early or mid-nascent soul cultivator?" The core formation cultivator asked in wonder. "I'm not sure. He seems to have something that conceals his true level, but he might be an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. If he were mid-stage, even a reclusive cultivator should have some reputation," the long-haired cultivator said uncertainly. "That makes sense, but even so, we can't compare to him. To think of 1,000 years of lifespan, I wonder if we'll ever form a nascent soul," another cultivator with a sword on his backside. 3 days later, on a small coral island 3,000 miles north of Star City, a young man sat cross-legged on a red coral rock, surrounded by a faint green light, with his eyes closed. This young man was naturally Han Li. A few days ago, after returning to the inner sea via teleportation, he left the giant island without delay, wary of any potential threat from the Star Palace. Expecting the Star Palace to potentially plot against him, Han Li took no chances and stayed vigilant. However, he encountered no obstacles as he left their territory. Once he left the Star Palace's influence, he spent a few days in the nearby sea area before arriving at the small island for the scheduled meeting. Still cautious, he released his powerful spiritual sense, covering a range of several hundred miles. The sea floor, thousands of feet deep, and the sky, tens of thousands of feet high, were all within his surveillance. Han Li didn't immediately get up. He raised his head to look over, his face expressionless. The two beams of light clearly saw Han Li on the small island from a distance. The lights suddenly accelerated, producing a hissing sound as they approached. The white light converged above the island, revealing a man and a woman. The woman appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old. Her skin was snow white, her hair as black as clouds, and she wore a green palace dress. She exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. The man, however, was a scholar in his 40s, dressed in a white robe. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyebrows were thick and sword-like, his whole being emanating a chilling aura. The two hovered about 30 feet above, scrutinizing Han Li together. Han Li slowly stood up, and his body floated upward without wind. Moments later, he was hovering at the same height as the two. The names of the twin saints of Tianxing have long been known to Han. It is truly an honor to meet both of you today, Han Li said with a nonchalant smile. Seeing Han Li's calm and unperturbed expression, Wen Qing, the palace-dressed woman who had met Han Li once before, smiled charmingly, her entire demeanor blooming like a flower. There are only a few nascent soul cultivators in Xinghai. Since you agreed to meet us, my husband and I would never miss this appointment. This is my husband, Ling Xiao Feng. Although we are somewhat famous, very few people know our real names, she said with a slight smile. Han Li smiled faintly, saying nothing but scrutinizing the man closely. Their eyes met coldly for a moment. Both felt a chill in their hearts, sensing that the other was not an easy opponent. I heard from Elder Zhao that you already have a dual cultivation partner who is also a nascent soul cultivator. That's truly unfortunate. However, for any female cultivator who has advanced to the nascent soul stage in Xinghai, our Xing Palace would have heard of them, even if they were reclusive. You are not originally from Xinghai, are you? Perhaps you came from the Great Jin, Ling Xiao Feng said, making Han Li's face change slightly. You've also been to the Great Jin. Han Li took a deep breath, his mind racing. He neither confirmed nor denied it, but his tone made the twin saints believe their assumption was correct. Ling Xiaofeng nodded, his face showing a knowing expression. The Great Jin is known as the sacred land of cultivators. My wife and I would naturally visit it. However, although there is an ancient teleportation array from Xinghai to the Great Jin, its location is extremely secretive. Even with our current abilities, there is still some risk in getting there. Therefore, very few nascent soul cultivators have ever gone there, except for the leaders of Xing Palace over the generations. But we always have an elder guarding the teleportation array. If you came through it, we would know. Otherwise, one could spend over 10 years flying through other sea areas to reach the Great Jin, but the journey is perilous, and one might be swallowed by unknown monsters. Hardly anyone would do something so foolish. How did you get to Xinghai? Wen Qing asked, her eyes sparkling. I arrived here by chance, not by intention. The method I used is difficult to replicate, so you needn't worry, Han Li said half-truthfully, showing reluctance to elaborate. Ling Xiaofeng and Wen Qing exchanged a glance. Although skeptical, they didn't press further. Ling Xiaofeng spoke plainly. Did Elder Zhao tell you why we wanted to meet you? He mentioned a bit. He said you intend to discuss matters related to advancing to the divine transformation stage. How could I not be interested? Han Li chuckled. Indeed, although my husband and I have been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for centuries, we can still provide you with methods and secret techniques to significantly aid your breakthrough. However, whether you succeed depends on your luck, Wen Qing said, smiling. Oh, such a good deal. But you wouldn't give these secrets away for free, would you? Han Li remained cautious. If you agree to marry Yuling, we wouldn't ask for anything in return. But since you have no such intention, we can only propose a trade, Wen Qing said leisurely. What trade? Please elaborate, Han Li said, eyes narrowing but his face calm. It's simple. I want to exchange these secrets and insights for your assistance in helping our daughter secure her position as the head of Xing Palace, Wen Qing said earnestly. Assist Yuling. Han Li frowned, contemplating. The twin saints waited patiently. Is Ling Taoist currently at the early nascent soul stage? Han Li asked solemnly. Indeed, Wen Qing replied, smiling as if she anticipated Han Li's question. How confident are you that Ling Taoist can reach the late stage within 100 or 200 years? Han Li asked slowly. We have methods to help our daughter reach the mid-stage within 100 years, but reaching the late stage depends on her own fortune, Ling Xiaofeng replied coldly. Do you think she can secure the position of the Xing Palace leader without reaching the late stage? You don't expect me to spend centuries on this, do you? Han Li stroked his chin and laughed coldly. Wen Qing's smile stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. If you find this condition too demanding, we can propose another. You may know that the Nixing Alliance often challenges our palace. If you agree to help us eliminate Liu Dao and Wan Sangu, we will still offer you the methods and secrets. I believe you have grievances with many nascent soul cultivators in the Nixing Alliance due to the Void Heaven Cauldron. This would be a win-win situation, Wen Qing said with a smile. A wise man avoids danger. Liu Dao and Wan Sangu are renowned cultivators. Even with your help, I'm not confident of escaping unscathed. Besides, I have no interest in Xinghai's disputes. Once my business here is done, I plan to retreat into seclusion. I cannot assist with this matter. Han Li shook his head indifferently. Seeing Han Li reject a second condition, Wen Qing's smile faded. Ling Xiaofeng spoke with a hint of menace. Han, perhaps you don't know. The methods we offer for breaking through to the divine transformation stage were developed over countless years by the leaders of Xing Palace. They are invaluable to us late-stage cultivators. You don't expect to obtain them for free, do you? Han Li remained unfazed by their displeasure. I wouldn't think of that. As far as I know, although many Xing Palace leaders reached the late nascent soul stage, few have advanced to the divine transformation stage. While these methods are rare and precious, their effectiveness for me is uncertain. However, they will certainly provide valuable insights. But to spend most of my future years on this or to take significant risks, I cannot agree. Please propose simpler conditions. If they are too complex or excessive, I will refuse, Han Li said, hands behind his back. The couple's faces turned slightly grim, but they said nothing. They exchanged looks and then whispered to each other. Han Li watched them with indifference. After a moment, Wen Qing and Ling Xiaofeng seemed to reach an agreement. Ling Xiaofeng spoke expressionlessly. We'll exchange these items for your assistance to our daughter on 3 occasions. Once you help her 3 times, the deal is complete. I agree, but only if Ling Taoist's life is in danger and within my capabilities, Han Li said after a brief thought. Agreed, you don't need to swear an oath. As a cultivator of your stature, we trust you'll keep your word. Here are 3 ancient communication tokens. Even thousands of miles apart, writing on one half will instantly appear on the other. Take them, Ling Xiaofeng said, producing 3 glowing jade tokens. With a flick of his finger, a thin golden thread split them into 6 halves. 3 halves flew to Han Li, who casually examined them before storing them in his pouch. Han Li's eyebrows twitched as he grabbed the tokens. The inscriptions on them were complex, and despite being halved, they still radiated a mysterious light. Chapter 1155, The Beast Uprising. This jade slip contains the secrets and methods my husband and I have summarized for breaking through to the divine transformation stage. With your experience, you should easily be able to discern its authenticity. When Qing resumed her smile and raised her hand, sending a green light flying towards Han Li. Han Li grabbed it with one hand, a palm-sized green jade slip. He nodded and, without hesitation, lowered his head to scan it with his divine sense. Indeed, there were about 7 or 8 secret methods inside. Han Li randomly selected one and examined it carefully. Unbeknownst to Han Li, while he was considering the authenticity of the jade slip's contents, Wen Qing glanced at Ling Xiaofeng with a look of triumph in her eyes. Not bad, it's indeed genuine. It will be very useful to me. After a moment's consideration, Han Li withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip, his expression easing. Since you find the jade slip acceptable, our transaction is complete. My husband and I have other matters to attend to, so we won't linger here any longer, Ling Xiaofeng said calmly, his eyes flickering. Haha, this is still under the control of your esteemed palace. It should be me saying farewell. I shall take my leave first. Han Li laughed heartily, cupped his hands towards the two, and then his body shimmered with a green light, transforming into a blinding green streak that vanished over 20 feet away in a flash. His speed was so fast that even the twin saints of Tianxing couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. No wonder he's so arrogant. He indeed has some abilities. Do you think that Han boy will fall for it? Wen Qing asked her husband, retracting her gaze after seeing the green light disappear on the horizon. As long as he's intent on advancing to the divine transformation stage, he won't be able to avoid falling into our trap. Although the methods we provided for breaking through to the divine transformation stage are genuine, he'll find out that most of them either have minimal effect or are completely unrealistic upon trying them. Only the method of using the 5 elements' power to break through the divine transformation bottleneck is the most feasible. And this boy is so young. Practicing the Yuan magnetic divine light now is just right. If he's lucky, he could master it before his time runs out. Do you think he would give up such an apparently easy shortcut? Ling Xiaofeng said with a cold smile. Indeed, we only mentioned a little about the characteristics of the Yuan magnetic divine light and its powers upon mastery in the secret methods. Even without the breakthrough to the divine transformation stage, he would likely be tempted by the power of this technique and not give it up easily. If he really plans to practice the Yuan magnetic divine light, he will have to rely on the power of the Yuan magnetic mountain, following the same path we did, and be confined to Star City, with no time for other thoughts. By the time he realizes the harsh conditions for mastering the Yuan magnetic divine light, it would be many years later. By then, as long as Yuling advances successfully, we wouldn't have to worry about any repercussions from him, Wen Qing said with a smile. But what if Yuling can't advance to the later stages? It could be very troublesome then, Ling Xiaofeng said, pondering for a moment. We've bought her so much time, and if she still can't advance to the later stages, it means it wasn't meant to be. She should give up on controlling Star Palace and quietly leave Star City to live as an ordinary rogue cultivator, Wen Qing sighed. It's hard to deter the elders in the palace without late-stage cultivation, even with some precautions left for her. But for now, we must hurry back to teach Yuling the method to refine the Yuan magnetic mountain. Only by controlling this mountain will Han Li be cautious around her. Otherwise, if he can endure a century without progress and comes to seize the Yuan magnetic mountain after our deaths, it would be tricky. But Yuling has decent potential. As long as she finds a suitable dual cultivation partner and uses dual cultivation power and many pills, she still has a chance to advance to the later stages, Ling Xiaofeng said calmly. That's the only way. With this matter resolved, we have over 100 years to deal with Liu Dao and Wan Sangu. But now those demon cultivators in the outer sea are causing trouble again. It seems we will have to temporarily cease fighting with the Nixing Alliance to address the demon beast issue first, Wen Qing said, frowning. HMPH, those demon cultivators must think that because no divine transformation stage cultivators have appeared in the inner sea for many years and there are fewer great cultivators compared to other periods, they can break the agreement. They should realize that our ancestors dared to make this agreement because they didn't fear them going back on it. After so many years of recuperation and arrangement, the inner sea has become an impregnable fortress. Even if those 10th-level demon beasts attacked together, they couldn't breach it. Besides, from what I know, the demon cultivators in the outer sea aren't united either, Ling Xiaofeng snorted coldly. Are you referring to the conflict between the Jiao Dragon clan and the Suani royal clan? Wen Qing asked, intrigued. Exactly. The Suani royal clan in the outer sea isn't much stronger than the Jiao Dragon clan. They only maintained their royal status because they had 2 10th-level demon cultivators. But 300 years ago, the great elder of the Suani clan, a 10th-level cultivator, passed away. Naturally, the Jiao Dragon clan won't be willing to remain subordinate. If we can incite a conflict between the two clans, our inner sea will be safe, Ling Xiaofeng said confidently. If you are so confident, it seems there really won't be any issues. However, it's a pity about the spirit stone mine on Biling Island. We just got news of top-grade spirit stones appearing there, but before we could send people, the demon cultivators seized the mine. Luckily, I immediately sent a message to bring the top-grade spirit stones and all high-grade spirit stones back to the inner sea, but it was still too late. Even Elder Gui lost his life to the Golden Jiao King, Wen Qing said regretfully. There's nothing we can do about it. The outer sea is dominated by demon beasts. Before, there was no conflict of interest, and the high-level demon cultivators didn't consider the low-level, unintelligent demon beasts as kin, so they ignored our establishments. Now that high-grade spirit stones have appeared, they won't sit by idly. The outer sea should be temporarily abandoned. We can consolidate our strength in the inner sea, focusing on stability until Yuling takes control of the palace. However, merely our words won't be enough. The rogue cultivators and the Nixing alliance won't easily give up the outer sea, Wen Qing said thoughtfully. That's perfect. We'll open all the teleportation arrays in the city to the public. As long as they pay spirit stones, they can teleport to the outer sea. Since the rise of the Nixing alliance, these rogue cultivators haven't been as submissive to Star Palace. This will teach them a harsh lesson. Once the demon beast issue is resolved, we will uproot the Nixing alliance. Liu Dao and Wan Sangu believe we can't leave Star City, but every 100 years, the Yuan Magnetic Mountain's magnetic force disappears for a month. During this time, we aren't restricted by it. When that time comes, Ling Xiaofeng's face flashed with killing intent, and he snorted coldly. Indeed. I can also settle my score with Liu Dao, Wen Qing said coldly. Are you still holding a grudge over what happened back then? Ling Xiaofeng asked, startled and frowning. How could I easily forget that? If it weren't for meeting you, I would have been a pile of bones long ago. Last time, if not for the Yuan magnetic divine light's restrictions, I wouldn't have let him escape, Wen Qing's face twisted in anger. Seeing this, Ling Xiaofeng was silent for a moment before sighing. All right, next time we kill them, I'll leave Liu Dao to you, Ling Xiaofeng said, and then transformed into a white light, shooting back the way they came. Wen Qing remained, her expression fluctuating before she stomped her foot and followed in her light. Meanwhile, Han Li was on his way to Kiwi Star Island. He had no idea that the day after he returned from the outer sea, news spread of the near-total annihilation of the cultivators on Biling Island. Simultaneously, the discovery of top-grade spirit stones on the island caused a sensation throughout Xinghai. 2 days after Han Li's meeting with the twin saints, high-level demon cultivators in the outer sea issued an ultimatum to all human cultivator islands. Everyone must leave the outer sea within 3 months or face total annihilation. This caused an uproar among rogue cultivators and inner sea factions alike. For Xinghai cultivators, demon beast cores had become as essential as spirit stones, affecting every sect and faction. They had vast interests in the outer sea and wouldn't give them up easily. Suddenly, all major factions and countless rogue cultivators flocked to the outer sea through teleportation, arrays opened by Star Palace and the Nixing Alliance. Due to the high-grade spirit stone mine on Biling Island, many cultivators teleported to its vicinity. The seas around Biling Island were swarming with countless demon beasts of various levels, with many high-level demon cultivators frequently appearing on the island. A war between human cultivators and outer sea demon beasts seemed imminent. Amidst the chaos, A rumor spread about the reappearance of the void heaven cauldron, containing unknown pills capable of elevating a golden core cultivator to the late nascent soul stage within 2 centuries. No one knew where this rumor originated, but it spread widely and rapidly among Xinghai cultivators. Demon Lake Island is a small, nondescript island located near the inner edge of the Star Sea. Only a few rogue cultivators living on nearby islands know of its existence. The reason this island is remembered by these cultivators and has such a peculiar name is due to a material called emerald copper, found in several lakes on the island. Although this material is not particularly rare, it is essential for crafting a few unique magical artifacts, which is why some low-level cultivators occasionally come to this island to collect it. It is unknown whether it is due to the production of emerald copper, but all the lakes on the island are a striking jade green, far surpassing ordinary lake surfaces in terms of green hue. Furthermore, if an ordinary person falls into the lake water, they will float up on their own and never sink. As a result, the fame of the demon lake gradually spread among the nearby islands. However, the island has few trees and no spirit veins, so it is usually sparsely populated. But on this day, 50 to 60 low-level cultivators gathered by one of the lakes on the island, hurriedly setting up several complex temporary formations. Most of them were in the chi refining stage, with only 6 or 7 foundation establishment stage cultivators. In the low air above the lake's center, 3 core formation stage cultivators were whispering to each other. Junior brother Lay, this time it won't fail again, right? To break the restriction, I've almost put in my entire fortune, spending over 200,000 spirit stones in total. If we fail again, I won't have any more spirit stones to contribute, said an old man in a gray robe, his face full of wrinkles and concern, to the other 2. HMPH, senior brother Wu is exaggerating. Among the 3 of us, senior brother probably has the most wealth. Your Jinnaming building is famous in the nearby sea area. How could you lack some spirit stones? Replied a handsome man in a blue robe with a cold snort. You don't know, junior brother Lay. My Jinnaming building may seem large, but it has long been struggling against the competition from major shops like Hoyun Pavilion. Now, it's barely maintaining itself, the gray-robed old man sighed, looking helpless. Senior brother Wu, why complain? Your Jinnaming building has been open for many years. If it were truly unprofitable, how could it still be open now? Said the last person, a beautiful woman in a red dress with seductive curves and captivating eyes, her gaze enchanting. The Jinnaming building did make some spirit stones in the past, but that was when our master was still around. Since Master Mang suddenly disappeared over 100 years ago, without the backing of a nascent soul stage cultivator, my Jinnaming building has been under pressure from other major shops. It was tolerable at first, with Master's reputation still there, but 20 years ago, when news spread that Master was fatally injured by the 6 extremes holy and died, business became impossible. If I weren't a late-stage core formation cultivator myself, My assets would have been swallowed long ago. Unlike you two, living freely, the gray-robed old man said with a bitter smile. What junior brother says is true. After Master disappeared, life's been tough for us too. You know how many cultivators Master offended with his fiery temper. Now he's gone, and I became a target for revenge, hunted for decades before I shook them off. Meanwhile, senior brother has established his own force and has connections with the Bloodlight sect, living quite securely, the blue-robed man said, a flash of murderous aura revealing a strong smell of blood. Junior brother, you're mistaken. If it weren't for my numerous disciples, I'd have hidden my identity like you. Instead, I'm barely holding on, spending a large amount of spirit stones annually to maintain my connection with the Bloodlight sect. Life isn't easy for me either, but I've heard of your recent fame, Bloodhand Devil. You've advanced from early to mid-core formation, thanks to your cultivation method thriving in slaughter, the gray-robed old man said, still sighing. The blue-robed youth's eyebrows twitched, his face showing dissatisfaction. But before he could retort, the beautiful woman interrupted with a laugh. Senior brother Wu, junior brother Lei, there's no need to argue. It's true our lives have been tough since Master disappeared. But if we retrieve the treasures from the secret cave, Master, as a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, surely left enough for us to share. Then, whether we hide and cultivate or join another force, we will have no problems. Hearing this, the old man and the blue-robed youth looked at each other and stopped arguing, seemingly wary of the woman. After watching the low-level cultivators set up the formations for a while, the blue-robed youth spoke to the beautiful woman. Sister Kai, are you sure the restriction below is Master's secret treasure cave? Although the restriction is indeed his work, Master liked setting up temporary caves on small islands. Could this be one of them? If so, our efforts would be wasted. What, junior brother Lei doesn't trust me? The beautiful woman's face darkened, her tone unhappy. The blue-robed youth licked his lips, his face expressionless, and continued, You found me and senior brother Wu, claiming to know the treasure's location, and brought us here months ago. But you never told us how you knew about it. Master, though fond of you, wouldn't have revealed such a thing. Now that the restriction is about to be broken, you might as well tell us to put our minds at ease. True, junior brother's words make sense. Also, sister, you've been out of contact for years, then suddenly appear to lead us to treasure. It's suspicious, the gray-robed old man added. What if I don't explain? You'll take action against me, a mere early core formation woman. The beautiful woman's face turned cold, lifting her hand to brush a lock of hair from her forehead. Her expression became icy, but a purple bracelet on her snow-white wrist, shimmering with mysterious runes, caught their eyes. Seeing the bracelet, the old man and the blue-robed youth's faces changed. Didn't expect Master gave you the purple ice bracelet. With this ancient treasure, even combined, we are no match, the blue-robed youth said, eyes showing anger and jealousy. The gray-robed old man also changed expressions, thinking quickly before laughing. Sister, just joking. We wouldn't dare. But breaking the lake's restriction cost us everything. It's reasonable to be cautious. Besides, you haven't contributed a single spirit stone. I led you to the treasure cave and only want a third of the loot. Why should I contribute spirit stones? But since you doubt me, I will explain, the beautiful woman said, her expression softening after some hesitation. We're all ears, the old man said, smiling with joy. The youth remained silent, his expression dark. I was Master's concubine, not just his disciple, as you both know. Once, while with him, I overheard him mention the treasure's location in his sleep. He knew he didn't have long to live and planned to sit in this cave with his treasures, she said calmly. That simple. The old man and the youth looked at each other, puzzled. The blue-robed youth couldn't help but ask again. What more do you want? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Besides, would Master set up such a complex restriction for a temporary cave? We've struggled for months to break it. What else could it be? The beautiful woman said mockingly. Junior sister has a point. Maybe we were overthinking. The restriction has just one layer left. Once broken, our efforts won't be in vain. I'll check the formation setup, the old man said, his eyes flashing before flying towards the lake shore. I'll check the restrictions status, the blue-robed youth said, glancing at the woman before diving into the lake in a flash of blood-colored light. Watching them leave, the beautiful woman sneered, a cold glint in her eyes. After a while, the old man returned, having given instructions to the low-level cultivators, and flew back to the woman's side. Almost simultaneously, the blue-robed youth emerged from the lake. In an instant, the three were together again. Junior brother Lei, sister Kai, the formation is set up. Huh, what's that? The old man was about to speak when he suddenly turned, looking at the sky. The beautiful woman and the blue-robed youth followed his gaze in shock. In the distance, a dazzling green light was flying towards the lake. Chapter 1157, Patriarch Jinhua. Not good, there's another high-ranking cultivator approaching, the old man exclaimed. In such a remote island, how could there be other high-ranking cultivators coming here? Was it your subordinates who leaked something? The beautiful woman's face changed drastically, angrily turning to the gray-robed old man. I didn't mention our purpose to any of my disciples, so how could there be any leaks? The old man shook his head anxiously, speaking gravely. Don't panic. It might just be someone passing by. Let's act according to the situation, the young man in the blue robe said calmly. The beautiful woman and the old man heard this and had no choice but to calm down. At this moment, the originally distant green light approached them swiftly, with a sound of breaking through the air. They could even see the vague figure of a man within the green light. Such speed. The faces of the three changed dramatically, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. After a few more flashes, the green light reached the top of the three. The light receded, revealing a young man in a green robe who appeared to be only in his 20s, which surprised the old man and the others. Is this Demon Lake Island? The young man glanced at the three, asking with an expressionless face but with a tone that was somewhat commanding. The old man and the other two felt a chill in their hearts. Using their spiritual sense to scan Han Li, they were horrified. The young man's spiritual power far surpassed the three of them, clearly a nascent soul stage cultivator, which was almost the worst situation. This is indeed Demon Lake Island. May I ask what instructions you have for us, Senior? The three of us are willing to serve. The gray-robed old man quickly bowed, asking with a flattering smile. So this is Demon Lake Island. Then I haven't come to the wrong place. What are you all doing here? The young man glanced at the group of low-level cultivators by the lake, showing a half-smiling expression. We need a large amount of green copper for refining some special magic tools, so we brought some disciples to collect more of it. The old man replied with a stiff face, having no choice but to continue. The cultivator before them didn't seem like an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator. No matter how he scanned with his spiritual sense, he couldn't accurately gauge the young man's cultivation level, something he had never experienced before. It was known that, as a late-stage core formation cultivator, even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator couldn't easily hide from his spiritual sense. Green copper. Do you plan to use these few formations to break the seals and collect the material? The young man crossed his arms, glanced at the few formations set up by the low-level cultivators by the lake, and then looked down at the lush green lake surface, chuckling. But the disbelief in his laughter was evident to anyone. Seeing this, the old man broke into a sweat. He had never expected the other party to be so proficient in formations. Usually, those who were skilled in formations were not highly cultivated, and high-level cultivators wouldn't waste time studying formations. Moreover, the formations he set up were relatively obscure. The fact that the other party could recognize them at a glance indicated a high level of expertise in formations. The beautiful woman and the young man in blue instantly became well-behaved, lowering their heads, completely deferring to the old man. This left the old man to face the young man alone. Cursing inwardly, the old man also felt a deep hatred for the two of them. After all, nascent soul stage cultivators rarely had good tempers. Now, with him bearing the responsibility alone, the danger was apparent. Don't misunderstand, Senior. I'm just interested in formations and wanted to test a few different types here, the old man hastily said, coming up with a seemingly reasonable excuse. The young man's expression remained unchanged, scrutinizing the three of them before suddenly saying something that startled them. What's your relationship with Man Husey? What do you mean, Senior? I don't quite understand, the beautiful woman asked, unable to hold back. Though your cultivation techniques differ, they all bear traces of Man Husey's totem devil art. Others might not notice, but I can, the young man said with a faint smile. Do you know our master? Realizing they couldn't hide it, the young man in blue took a deep breath and admitted. The old man and the beautiful woman looked uneasy. We've only met a few times. You're here for the treasure at the bottom of the lake, right? Man Husey claimed only he knew about the treasure cave, but now you're here. Either he lied to me, or you learned about it some other way, the young man mused to himself. Hearing this, the three were stunned. Despite their foreboding, they were shocked that the young man knew about the secret cave. If it had been a core formation stage cultivator, they might have immediately attacked to silence him. But facing a nascent soul stage cultivator, they didn't dare act rashly. Moreover, the young man seemed to know about the place from Man Husey himself, adding to their confusion. Could their master still be alive? Thinking of this, their faces grew uncertain. We are indeed disciples of Master Man Husey, but we don't know how you're acquainted with our master. The beautiful woman forced a smile, trying to stay calm. Of course, I call him Man Husey. As for you three, this small island seems quite busy. Who's hiding there? Come out. Han Li's face suddenly darkened. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers at a hill by the lake. Several beams of green light shot out, transforming into several long green rays, slashing fiercely. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's face turned pale. After several loud booms, the hill was partially destroyed, revealing a bald man inside. The man's face was covered in muscle, and he was dressed in golden robes, looking like he was made of gold. Holding a golden shield in one hand, he blocked the sword light, looking at Han Li in shock. Patriarch Jin Hua, the gray-robed old man exclaimed upon seeing the golden-robed man. At this moment, a red light flashed towards the man, circling twice before revealing the beautiful woman. Sister Kai, you're colluding with Patriarch Jin Hua, the old man shouted angrily. The young man in blue also looked grim. Apparently, the woman planned to eliminate them upon entering the cave to take all the treasures. HMPH, what right do you have to accuse me? Senior Brother Wu, didn't you secretly notify the Blood Light sect to ambush me? As for Junior Brother Lei, you joined the Wood Sword sect and planned to marry the sect master's daughter, using the cave's treasures as a dowry. If I hadn't been vigilant, I'd have died when the seals were broken. But now, don't expect reinforcements from either of you. The Patriarch has already arranged for them to be intercepted. I spent years with Man Husey, and all his belongings should be mine. The Patriarch has agreed to marry me, the beautiful woman laughed. In that case, Sister Kai, why did you approach us in the first place? Why not take the treasure alone? The young man in blue asked coldly. If the lake seals weren't so difficult, and only you two had some of Man Husey's knowledge of formations, I wouldn't have told you about the treasure, the woman replied coldly. The old man and the young man's faces darkened. Enough, discuss your matters later. Let me speak with this fellow Taoist first, Patriarch Jin Hua interrupted. The woman fell silent immediately. Are you also here for Man Husey's secret treasure cave? Jin Hua asked, unable to gauge Han Li's cultivation and feeling cautious. Yes, I am. Leave if you have no business here. The treasures at the lake bottom are mine, Han Li said, floating in the air. Patriarch Jin Hua was both angry and fearful. The man's confidence indicated great power. Forcing down his anger, Jinhua said, "You speak lightly. Do you intend to drive me away and take the treasures alone?" His tone turned hostile. "Why do you want to take a share too?" Hanli smiled slightly and spoke calmly. "The famous cultivators of the chaotic star sea, I may not know all of them, but I recognize most of their faces and voices. But I haven't heard of anyone like you. Wait, something feels familiar." The bald man initially replied coldly, but after a careful look, his brow furrowed, and he murmured suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Han Li's pupils contracted suddenly, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "If you put it that way, I will let you have this place. We are leaving." The bald man hesitated for a while, suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly before speaking words of retreat. The three beautiful women present were stunned upon hearing this. The bald man, surrounded by a flash of golden light, wrapped the beautiful women beside him and tried to take off into the air. But at that moment, without any warning, Han Li raised his hand, and a green sword light shot out, slashing down towards the bald man's head in a flash. Thus, the ancestor Jinhua couldn't escape. Shocked and angry, he could only let out a shout and once again summoned the golden shield in his hand, transforming it into a golden glow to protect his whole body. With a boom, a mass of golden light exploded in midair, dazzlingly bright, forcing the elderly man and others to close their eyes and retreat in shock, not daring to look directly. When the light dissipated, Jinhua Leazu's somewhat staggering figure appeared below. Although the golden shield circling in midair was somewhat damaged, both he and the beautiful woman behind him were unharmed. He had actually blocked Han Li's attack. "What do you mean by this? I've already conceded this place to you. Why are you attacking me?" Jinhua Leazu roared angrily. "What do I mean? Since you recognized me, do you think I would let you leave?" Han Li's mouth curled into a cold smile. With a murderous intent rising, Han Li didn't want to say more. He patted the storage bag at his waist, and a Jiangmo staff shot out, disappearing in a flash, but reappeared mysteriously above the bald man's head the next moment. Han Li formed a seal with both hands, chanting incantations. The Jiangmo staff emitted a brilliant yellow light, growing over 10 meters tall, and slammed down fiercely. It was like a small mountain pressing down. Before it even fell, the surrounding space twisted and deformed, with a buzzing sound emanating out of nowhere. Han Li's cultivation had advanced significantly, now exerting the power of the treasures from the Kunwu Three Elders far beyond what it used to be. Jinhua Leazu was both shocked and furious. He realized that Han Li was a ruthless person who would kill based on mere suspicions without giving him a chance to explain. The power of Han Li's treasure was beyond his imagination, and the already damaged golden shield could not withstand this blow. Helplessly, the bald man did not release any treasures, but turned his hand over, revealing a golden talisman between his fingers. He waved his hand, uttering a few strange incantations. His body spun around, and a large golden glow erupted from his body, dazzlingly bright. As the Jiangmo staff struck down with a puff, the golden glow turned into countless golden flowers, fist-sized and densely packed, enveloping both the bald man and the beautiful woman. In the interweaving yellow and golden lights, a deafening explosion rang out, and when the light cleared, a massive pit appeared on the ground. The bald man and the beautiful woman had vanished without a trace. Han Li was momentarily stunned, but then snorted coldly, scanning the surroundings with his divine sense. Suddenly, he slashed backward with one hand, and a massive sword energy slashed towards a piece of empty space behind him. With a muffled bang, clusters of golden flowers appeared out of thin air, and the bald man, holding the beautiful woman, emerged from the void, the golden flowers around him trembling and blocking the sword energy. Han Li raised an eyebrow, carefully observing the golden flowers, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Due to cultivating the Qingyuan sword art, his cultivation was far superior to an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator. Even a casually thrown Qingyuan sword energy was incredibly powerful. But Jinhua Ieyasu easily blocked it with just a talisman. This was indeed unusual. Impossible, how could you detect my whereabouts? Even a mid-stage cultivator wouldn't have such abilities. The bald man was even more shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. HMPH, this talisman is interesting, but thinking you can escape from under my nose with it is just wishful thinking. Han Li said indifferently, summoning the Jiangmo staff again, which shot towards Jinhua Ieyasu. Seeing this, the bald man's face flashed with ferocity. He waved the golden talisman again, turning into golden flowers to dodge and reappearing in another part of the sky. Then he suddenly threw the beautiful woman aside, a sinister expression on his face, and shouted loudly. Han Li, I've been retreating step by step. Do you really think you can take me down just because of the Zeushan cauldron? Today, I'll fight you to the death. He then patted his waist, releasing a burst of black gas from a spirit beast pouch. The black gas rolled and transformed into a monstrous bird above him. The bird was shrouded in black gas, with green eyes and a bright red crest, looking both ugly and fierce. Upon appearing, it emitted a screeching sound and glared viciously at Han Li, seemingly quite intelligent. A ghost dove. I didn't expect you to have such a ghost bird. Han Li clicked his tongue in surprise but remained calm. He also touched his waist, and a monkey with shiny black fur emerged with a cry, hovering in midair. It was the Tihan beast. The beast stood up shakily, still seeming a bit groggy, but after sniffing the air a few times, its eyes brightened as it looked at the ghost dove, showing a joyful expression. In a flash of black light, the beast's body grew rapidly, transforming into a 10-meter-tall black giant ape with a wide mouth, fangs, and eyes gleaming coldly. After slapping its huge fists against its chest, it let out an earth-shaking roar, like a demon god descending. Jinhua Ieyasu gasped in shock. The once aggressive ghost dove trembled under the giant ape's roar, showing extreme fear in its eyes, and dared not approach, circling above the bald man's head. At this moment, Han Li casually flicked his sleeves, and two golden small swords shot out, transforming into two beams of golden light over a meter long, crossing and slashing towards the bald man. At the same time, the Jiangmo staff flew silently towards the bald man again, with another point from Han Li. Seeing this, the bald man's face darkened, but he gritted his teeth, spat out a golden bell, and summoned two green jade hooks from his storage bag. With a flash of green light, one of the jade hooks slashed across the bald man's hand. Two fingers fell silently, but no blood flowed from the wounds. The bald man chanted a spell, and the two severed fingers turned into two streams of blood, shooting towards the ghost dove above his head. The ghost dove screeched, swallowing the blood streams. The bird's body doubled in size, becoming 2 meters tall, and its green eyes turned blood red. The bird, now fearless of the giant ape, spread its wings and spat out black gas towards the ape. The two green jade hooks clashed with the two golden swords, while the golden bell emitted a crisp sound, sending out a golden sound wave that temporarily blocked the giant Jiangmo staff. Jinhua lay Azu's side in relief, but at that moment, Han Li's mouth curled into a mocking smile. The ghost dove, having flown above the giant ape, spat out 2 streams of black gas, but the ape snorted, emitting a deep yellow light that enveloped the bird. In a flash, the ghost dove was caught in the yellow light, and after a brief struggle, it let out a final scream before turning into black gas and being swallowed by the ape. The bald man was shocked. He had expected the ghost dove might not be able to defeat the giant ape, but hadn't anticipated it would be devoured without a fight. The ghost bird was cultivated from a secret ghost technique, a painstaking effort. It was said to have ghost eyes that could control evil spirits and was skilled in soul-capturing techniques, capable of harming enemies invisibly. The bald man was heartbroken. Before he could recover, the green jade hooks shattered into pieces under the golden sword's assault. 2 golden lights, now without opposition, flew towards him with a clear sound. Panicking, the bald man reached for more treasures, but suddenly heard a Buddhist chant from above. Terrified, he looked up. His face turned pale. The Jiangmo staff, previously glowing yellow, now emitted a 7-colored Buddhist light and became as heavy as a mountain. The golden sound waves struggled to hold back the staff, which now hovered just 3 or 4 meters above him. Not good, the bald man exclaimed, waving the golden talisman again, turning into golden flowers and disappearing. But this time, Han Li was ready, and with a flash of silver light, his wind and thunder wings appeared. With a thunderclap, he vanished simultaneously with the bald man. As the burly man used the power of the talisman to enter the void, he suddenly felt a massive force silently strike his back. Although the golden flowers behind him frantically gathered to resist, they were still struck solidly by this force. With a boom, he was forcibly knocked back into the original space. At the same time, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of black blood. At that moment, a thunderous sound came from behind him. Jinhua Ieyasu, ancestor Jinhua, turned his head in fear and astonishment. He saw Hanli appearing 10 feet away in a flash of silver light, slowly retracting a fist glowing with a greenish hue and sneering coldly at him. The bald man felt a chill in his heart. He now truly believed that the opponent was definitely not a nascent soul early-stage cultivator, but at least at the mid-stage or higher. Moreover, the opponent's treasures, spirit beasts, and abilities far surpassed his own. Realizing this, ancestor Jinhua no longer dared to continue fighting Hanli. He immediately abandoned the thought of battling and suddenly threw the golden talisman in his hand into the air. His body glowed with golden light and transformed into a golden rainbow, escaping into the sky. He even ignored the beautiful woman below. Hanli's lips twitched. He initially intended to chase after him immediately, but the golden talisman thrown by the opponent dissolved with a poof, transforming into a vast expanse of golden light. These golden lights immediately shattered into pieces, and after a series of transformations, they turned into thousands of thumb-sized golden poisonous bees, swarming towards Hanli. A loud buzzing sound filled the air. Hanli was somewhat surprised, but calmly opened his mouth, spitting out a small cauldron wrapped in green light. As the cauldron spun around in front of him, it instantly expanded to several feet in size. Hanli then slapped the cauldron with one hand. With a boom, blue flames appeared on the surface of the giant cauldron, enveloping it completely. Then the lid of the cauldron slowly opened with a rumble, revealing a gap about a foot wide. A misty blue radiance shot out from the gap, expanding in the wind into a blue ribbon several feet long. With a flash of blue light, the ribbon swept across half the sky, instantly enveloping all the golden bees within it. After a whirl, it retracted into the cauldron, carrying specks of golden light. The Zeushan cauldron, upon being summoned, had effortlessly collected all the golden poisonous bees. But this brief delay allowed ancestor Jinhua to escape to a distance of 50 or 60 feet. For a nascent soul early-stage cultivator, this speed was quite astonishing. Seeing this, Hanli showed a hint of mockery on his face. He didn't hurry to pursue, but first glanced around. With a frown and a cold snort, he noticed that the gray-robed old man and the blue-robed young man had quietly retreated over 100 feet away, intending to escape. Since Hanli and ancestor Jinhua had appeared one after the other, these two had already given up on obtaining any treasure and were just trying to escape the dangerous situation to avoid death. Ancestor Jinhua was clearly invited by the beautiful woman to kill and silence everyone. After a few words exchanged between the unknown cultivator and ancestor Jinhua, it seemed even a nascent soul cultivator was to be silenced, which made them realize the gravity of the situation. When ancestor Jinhua inadvertently mentioned the Zeushan cauldron, the two of them were enlightened. Although they were only at the core formation stage, as disciples of Man Husi, they knew about the Zeushan cauldron's emergence. The Starfall Coalition's order to hunt down the holder of the cauldron had never been revoked. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, they desperately wanted to escape the danger instead of staying. When Han Li and the bald man started fighting, they immediately began to retreat quietly. Now, seeing Han Li's cold gaze sweep towards them, their hearts pounded wildly. Without hesitation, they hurriedly activated their escape techniques, fleeing in different directions. As for the beautiful woman, she was panic-stricken when ancestor Jinhua abandoned her and fled. She immediately turned into a red light and shot away. The lower-level disciples near the lakeside, being too weak and too far away, had no idea what was happening in the center of the lake. But seeing their masters and grandmasters fleeing in panic, they exchanged terrified glances and scattered in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's face darkened. He suddenly grabbed a spirit beast pouch from his waist and tossed it into the air. A hissing sound came from the pouch, followed by a misty white fog that contained a dozen snow-white centipedes. Each was half a foot long, with a pair of transparent wings on their backs, looking extremely fierce and sinister as they circled above Han Li's head. Without a word, Han Li pointed towards the three escaping cultivators. Immediately, the 18 six-winged frost centipedes split into three groups, turning into three gusts of white wind, spitting cold air as they pursued the three-core formation cultivators, clearly faster than them. The beautiful woman and the other two glanced back and saw this scene. Terrified, they used every bit of their strength to increase their escape speed. In the blink of an eye, the three of them and the six-winged frost centipedes disappeared from sight, pursuing far into the distance. As for the low-level disciples, Han Li couldn't be bothered with them. With their slow escape speed and low status, it would take them days to report anything. By then, Han Li would be far away. However, after glancing at the distant ancestor Jinhua, a murderous glint flashed in Han Li's eyes. With a slight flap of his thunder wings, he turned into a silver arc and vanished. Although ancestor Jinhua was already hundreds of feet away, Han Li closed the distance with each flash, appearing like a ghost above the man after only 6 or 7 teleports. Without a word, Han Li raised a hand, sending a large hand made of purple flames menacingly towards ancestor Jinhua. La. Ancestor Jinhua never expected Han Li to catch up so quickly with teleportation. In terror, he spat out a golden flying knife to slash at the flaming hand, while hastily trying to cast a spell to evade. But the giant hand formed from violet extreme flame wasn't something an early nascent soul cultivator could easily break. Even late-stage cultivators and 10th-level demons feared Han Li's unique extreme cold flame. The golden flying knife struck the hand, but it instantly froze with a layer of purple ice and fell uncontrollably. Ancestor Jinhua, with a terrified expression, saw the giant hand open like a giant fan and grab his body mid-flight. With a scream, the purple flames flared up, instantly turning Ancestor Jinhua into a purple ice statue. Without hesitation, Han Li made a fist with the giant hand. With a crisp crack, the ice statue shattered into pieces. In the ice shards, a golden light flashed as the man's nascent soul tried to escape. But Han Li was prepared. With a thought, the purple flames turned into a fiery prison, trapping the nascent soul. The nascent soul struggled for a moment before dissipating. Only then did Han Li shake his sleeve, and the purple flames turned into a fiery serpent, disappearing into his sleeve. With a slight smile, he looked around and grabbed at the void below. Ancestor Jinhua's storage pouch flew into his hand. He put the pouch away and looked in other directions. The 3-core formation cultivators and the 18 snow-white centipedes were already out of sight. Unhurried, Han Li recalled his teasing soul beast and sat cross-legged, sending out his divine sense while remaining still. The surroundings became silent, with only the sound of the gentle sea breeze. After a cup of tea's time, Han Li smiled and opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a white gust of wind appeared on the horizon and flew back, revealing 6 fierce snow-white centipedes. The centipedes, now over a foot long, had a few faint sword marks on their shells, indicating they had been through a battle. Han Li chanted, and the centipedes shrank to their original size before flying into the spirit beast pouch. After a while, the other 2 groups of centipedes also returned. One group was unscathed, but another had a centipede missing a few legs. However, these injuries were minor and would heal with time due to the centipede's natural regenerative abilities. After collecting all the centipedes, Han Li glanced at the lake center, turned into a green light, and shot downward. In a flash, he vanished into the lake. The so-called magic lake wasn't deep. After descending about 200 feet, Han Li saw the lake bed. However, the lake water was unnaturally green, making it hard to see more than a few feet, even with his spiritual sight. His divine sense was also suppressed. This magic lake naturally blocked divine sense. But with the precise location given by Man Husey, Han Li quickly found his target. A seemingly ordinary pile of rocks at the lake bottom. Han Li glanced around the area, flicking his finger to shoot a green sword light toward a reef. With a bang, before the sword light could reach the reef, a layer of pale blue light suddenly appeared below, blocking the sword light. However, this blue light was extremely weak, only supporting for a moment before being slashed apart by the sword light. The entire light screen turned into countless specks of spiritual light, disappearing without a trace. The reef below flickered and disappeared like an illusion, revealing a layer of 5-colored light covering an area of over 100 feet at the bottom of the lake. The surface of the light shield flowed with various spiritual lights, making it impossible to see what was underneath. Sensing the immense spiritual power on the light shield, Han Li stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. The blue light screen just now was merely a simple illusion barrier, likely set up temporarily by the beautiful woman and her companions. This five-colored light shield, however, was clearly the restriction set up personally by Man Husey. Since Man Husey only had one nascent soul left and had passed away in a hurry, he naturally didn't leave Han Li any tools or techniques to break the restriction. Han Li would have to rely on brute force to break it. After some contemplation, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. With a hand gesture, a silver light flashed at his waist, and a faint human figure appeared behind him. It was the humanoid puppet. Han Li also shook his sleeve, and 36 golden flying swords shot out, converging into a giant golden sword over 10 feet long. With a flick of his fingers, a spell hit the giant sword. With a loud rumbling sound, a golden arc the size of an arm appeared on the surface of the giant sword, swirling around before turning into a lifelike electric python. The python circled the giant sword a few times, raised its neck, and let out a hissing sound, creating an extremely intimidating spectacle. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet raised its hand, revealing a small red bow. With a gentle pull of its other hand, a small green arrow appeared on the string. As the thunderous sound started, the same golden arc flickered on the surface of the small arrow. With a focused expression, Han Li slowly pointed a finger into the air, and the giant sword, like a divine weapon, descended with a deafening roar. Almost simultaneously, the humanoid puppet's small bow trembled, and a green light mixed with golden threads shot out. With an earth-shattering boom, the surface of the light shield trembled, then was engulfed in boundless golden light and electric arcs. The surrounding lake water churned, forming an underwater whirlpool that rushed towards the surface. Han Li stood motionless in the whirlpool, seemingly unaffected by the turbulent currents around him. Finally, the light receded, and the golden light disappeared. Han Li looked down and, seeing the result, smiled slightly. The five-colored light shield below had vanished, revealing a small formation over 10 feet in diameter, emitting a faint white light. The green lake water surged around, but was firmly kept out by the white light. The formation appeared to be made of a special material, granting it water-repellent properties. With a flash of surprise in his eyes, Han Li recalled the puppet and stepped onto the formation. He didn't activate the formation immediately, but studied it for a moment. After a while, he nodded, then tapped his waist, releasing most of the six-winged frost centipedes and giving them mental instructions. The white centipedes wiggled and burrowed into the ground around the formation. Satisfied, Han Li cast a spell on the edge of the formation, activating it. With a flash of white light, Han Li vanished from the formation. The next moment, as he recovered from the disorientation of teleportation, Han Li found himself in a stone chamber. The chamber was not large and was mostly empty, but a short distance ahead was a half-opened blue stone door. After a brief pause, Han Li sat down cross-legged and extended his divine sense, scanning the area outside the stone door and slowly spreading it around to inspect the surrounding rooms. After a while, he relaxed, confirming that the place was indeed empty with no other cultivators hidden within. Relieved, Han Li stood up, walked to the stone door, and disappeared into the passage outside. Half a day later, a dazzling green streak shot out from the lake bottom, disappearing into the horizon with a few flashes. Flying within the light, Han Li absent-mindedly fiddled with a pale golden ore in his hand, a faint smile on his face. This trip to Man Husey's cave had yielded great rewards. The wealth hidden by Man Husey far exceeded Han Li's expectations. Beyond materials and treasures worth millions of spirit stones, there were numerous rare texts and secret arts that Han Li had long heard of, but never had the chance to see, much to his delight. However, what excited him the most was not these, but a fist-sized piece of Zheng metal found among the materials. Han Li had already collected most of the Zheng metal needed for the remaining half-set of flying swords while in the Great Jin Kingdom, lacking only a little. Now, with this piece from Man Husey's trove, he had all the materials required to incorporate Zheng metal into all his flying swords. This meant he could finally complete the grand Zheng sword formation with 72 swords. Having experienced the power of the half-set sword formation with 36 swords, Han Li knew its formidable might, capable of severely challenging even late-stage cultivators. With the full set, its power would be unimaginably terrifying. No wonder the creator of this formation mentioned in the final part of the Azure Origins sword art that mastering the formation would allow one to roam the world unchallenged. Han Li held high hopes for this sword formation. Taking a deep breath, Han Li flipped his palm, making the piece of Zheng metal disappear into his storage bag. As his light continued steadily, Han Li pondered for a while before opening his mouth to spit out a small cauldron, the void sky cauldron. Holding the cauldron in his hand, he cast a spell, causing the cauldron to glow with blue light and its lid to slowly open a crack. With a flash of golden light, a talisman shot out from inside. Prepared, Han Li sprayed a stream of blue light from his mouth, hitting the talisman. The talisman flickered, its light dimming under the blue light, eventually immobilized by Han Li's powerful spiritual force. Han Li quickly grabbed the talisman and began examining it closely. This was the strange talisman he had taken from ancestor Jinhua. Having never seen such a talisman before, capable of instant movement and transforming into golden flowers and spirit bees, Han Li was curious. It seemed to be a unique secret talisman. Unable to resist, Han Li took it out to study it. At first glance, the talisman seemed ordinary, with most of its symbols being familiar and common. The only difference was the few silver ancient characters at its corners and center. These mysterious characters, resembling silver tadpoles, exuded an ancient aura at first glance. After examining them repeatedly, Han Li was certain these characters were unlike any ancient script he had seen before, forming a unique system of their own. Apart from these characters, the talisman's surface had numerous tiny golden dots, which moved about as if alive, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Staring intently at the golden talisman, Han Li furrowed his brows. HMPH, this silver tadpole script is beyond the comprehension of you human cultivators. You might as well give up. Suddenly came a childish voice from the void sky cauldron in Han Li's hand, speaking with surprising arrogance and disdain. Han Li's eyes flickered, but he smiled instead of getting angry. Oh, so you recognize this script. HMPH, this silver tadpole script is rare even in the higher realms. If I hadn't devoured the nascent soul of a human cultivator who knew it, I wouldn't recognize it either, the childish voice said unabashedly. What makes you speak to me now? I thought you had decided to settle in the void sky cauldron and never come out, Han Li said coldly, staring at the cauldron with a hint of seriousness. You were just a mere human cultivator before, not even at the divine transformation stage. There was nothing to talk about, but now it's different. Since you've obtained a feather from the sky roaming Kunpeng, we can have a discussion and even make a deal, the childish voice said calmly. The sky roaming Kunpeng. You mean that enormous demon bird I saw attempting to attack across realms? Han Li's expression changed, recalling the incredible battle he had witnessed in the outer star sea. Heh, demon bird? You can only call it that in the human realm. In the spirit realm, such talk would bring you immense trouble if the Tianpeng clan, who worship this Kunpeng as a deity, heard you, the childish voice mocked. The Tianpeng clan. Han Li's interest was piqued. The affairs of the spirit realm are of no concern to you. If you manage to ascend, you'll learn in due time. If not, there's no point in discussing it, the childish voice said dismissively, sounding ancient beyond its years. You speak with great confidence. Even if your original self was a mighty demon in the spirit realm, in the human realm, after splitting your soul, you're merely an 8th-level demon beast now. Recovering your divine transformation abilities will take a very long time, Han Li retorted with a cold laugh. It turned out that the juvenile voice emanating from the cauldron was none other than the avatar of the Tianlin's sacred beast that Han Li had captured during his battle with the sacred maiden of Tianlin. Originally just a beast acting on instinct, after over a century within the void heaven cauldron, it unexpectedly developed sentience, with most of its memories from the spirit realm restored. Trapped within the cauldron, the creature had no means of escape and could only remain obediently inside. After Han Li advanced to the late nascent soul stage in the void heaven hall, he immediately reforged 2 of the heavenly talismans. Finally, after completing the 2nd layer of the void heaven cauldron's true treasure technique, he was able to open the cauldron. The avatar of the Tianlin sacred beast inside immediately used a spiritual escape technique, darting out from under Han Li's nose and disappearing over 100 feet away in the blink of an eye. With such incredible speed, Han Li wouldn't be able to catch up even if the creature flashed a few more times. However, what no one expected was an incredible turn of events. For some unknown reason, as soon as the creature's escape light was a couple 100 feet away from the void heaven cauldron, both the cauldron and the creature simultaneously flashed with green light. The Tianlin beast inexplicably vanished on the spot, only to reappear mysteriously back inside the cauldron the next moment, unable to leave the treasure. Upon seeing this, Han Li was naturally overjoyed. He then realized that because the creature had been trapped in the cauldron for too long, its aura had already been assimilated by the void heaven cauldron, becoming something similar to the silver moon from back then. However, it was not an intangible body, nor was it a spirit of the void heaven cauldron. Apart from being unable to leave the cauldron, everything else about it remained autonomous, which Han Li couldn't manipulate. Han Li naturally didn't hesitate to reseal the creature and put it back in the small cauldron. He planned to carefully consider how to deal with this avatar of the Tianlin beast in the future. But now that he was studying the golden talisman in his hand, the Tianlin beast suddenly spoke up from the cauldron, pointing out that this type of silver frog script was a unique rune in the spirit realm. How could Han Li not be astonished by this? Metamorphosis. Why should I advance to metamorphosis? I have no intention of breaking through this realm within tens of thousands of years when I come to your human world. There was a child's laughter coming from the cauldron. I didn't want to break through the realm. Is there such a thing in the world? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Han Li was surprised and somewhat incredulous. Little guy, it seems that I won't believe anything without saying something. Let me reveal a little about my situation. Indeed, I have some reputation among the Yao tribe in the spirit realm, and my cultivation base has long reached a realm that you can hardly imagine. But this time, I spent a lot of effort to let myself divide my soul and come to the world. Is it really full and nothing to do, doing some guard beast for the human beings of this area in the prairie of Tianlin? I have tens of thousands of subordinates under the Yao tribe in the spirit realm, but these sudden people on the Tianlin grassland are insignificant to me. The Tianlin beast did not conceal its contempt for the sudden people. Han Li frowned, but did not speak. The result of the child's voice continued to come out. The reason why I came into this realm with a trace of my soul is just to deal with a great catastrophe tens of thousands of years later. If my body in the spirit world passed this catastrophe, I would have been killed by the soul. With this trace of the soul in this realm, there is still a glimmer of hope. It's not that I don't want to practice too fast before this disaster, lest the practice advances and the great disaster will also involve me hiding in this world. There is such a thing. This is indeed a way to save your life. Those masters in the spirit world seem to use this method to save their lives. Han Li was surprised and somewhat dubious. Do you think it's easy to come with a trace of soul? Not to mention that the cultivation base must reach a certain realm. You must master only a few great spells that can allow the soul to leave the world and return to the world. And you must waste a realm stone that is even less common even in the spirit world. I can overcome the boundary force and send the soul across the boundary. And this kind of soul-diving behavior is the most dangerous. I don't know if there is one success in 10 times. If it fails, the soul will naturally disappear in the storm of the boundary. Every time I fail, I have to be closed for 1,000 years before I can recover this trace of the soul. Before this, I have tried it 7 or 8 times in the past 10,000 years. It's just that I succeeded in this time. It's even harder to squeeze than to squeeze a few ants. As for whether the other party said to cast a spell that died before I die, even if you don't die, I have a way to send a bit of imprints before you die. If you are not going to ascend to the spirit world, then you can sit in the world and die. Otherwise, as soon as you reach the spirit world, even if you take over the resurrection, my body can find a way to find you slowly. By that time, the threat, in the words of the Tianlin beast, was evident. Han Li was somewhat speechless. With his current cultivation and knowledge, he naturally knew that although what the beast had just said was empty and empty, most of it was probably true. In this way, the handling of this beast is somewhat tricky. He didn't want to provoke such a big enemy in the spirit world after he really ascended. Listening to the tone of the beast, it is estimated that the strength of the other party's body, absolutely needing him, is not as difficult as needing a dead ant. As for the other party said that it would cast a spell that died with him, he didn't care too much. Since the other party cannot leave the void heaven cauldron, as long as he is fully prepared, he can really be afraid that the other party will backlash to himself. Han Li's escape light slowly advanced, but he frowned and did not speak for a while. And the Tianlin beast in the void heaven cauldron also quieted down, as if he also wanted to give Han Li a chance to think carefully. What about the Kun Peng Lingyu? What special uses does this thing have? Han Li suddenly changed the topic again. Swimming Kun Peng and Luo Yu beast belong to a kind of Tian Earth Yaoling. It is said that they are ancient creatures born from chaos at the beginning of the birth of the universe. In a sense, they are not wrong. Falling from such creatures, the value is great, you can think about it. However, this is the entity in the spirit world. I usually see the Yao Ling of this demon in the spirit world, and I can only avoid more far away. I dare not provoke it at all. However, this beast and the Luo Yu beast are natural enemies. This time, it may be roaming between several realms, just happened to find the Luo Yu hidden in your human world, which made it use the supernatural powers outside the interface, and wanted to break the body of this beast. However, logically speaking, the two demon spirits are almost the same, but the body of the Luo Yu beast is in the human world and is not affected by the boundary. This makes a fight. Let the Kun Peng eat a small loss. Let you pick up such a big cheap. Kun Peng is a natural wind attribute demon spirit, born to comprehend the wind-related laws of heaven and earth. Its feather has some damage, but it is the best material for refining wind attribute spiritual treasures. And once successfully refined, the effect is definitely far beyond ordinary spiritual treasures. I remember that year, someone in the spirit world used a scale of the fire unicorn to refine a fire dragon mask spiritual treasure. and the power was enough to rank within the top 100 in all spiritual treasures. The Tianlin beast said lightly. Ranked in the top 100, Han Li was stunned when he heard this. You don't underestimate this top 100. I know you still have a thing called the 8-spirit ruler in your hand, as well as several other defense products of the spiritual treasure. But I want to tell you that, although the 8-spirit ruler and the 7-flame fan are still rare treasures in the spirit world, they are relatively low-ranking in many spiritual treasures. Only the spiritual treasures that occupy a place in the chaotic world can be truly called the top-tier spiritual treasures. But those who can get on the list of 10,000 spirits are at least 100 in the rank of the spiritual treasure. The Tianlin beast explained a few words to Han Li. Chaos 10,000 Ling list. Forget it, I'm not interested in knowing this now, and I don't mention it. But listening to your tone, the rare top-tier spiritual treasures in the human world are not too many in your spirit world. You said that you want to trade with me. Is it related to this Kunpeng feather? Han Li touched his chin and looked serious. You can't use your thunder and lightning wings to display the thunder and lightning technique. But what do you want to exchange? Surely you won't teach me the refining method for free. Han Li didn't show any excitement. Instead, he asked coldly, I want you to find a way to release the assimilation of the void heaven cauldron on me. Then, before your ascension or when you sit in seclusion, protect me temporarily. Also, although I have reached the 8th level of cultivation, I haven't experienced the tribulation of transformation because I've been trapped in the void heaven cauldron. I'm afraid I still need your help to safely cross the tribulation. It's too dangerous to rely solely on my own strength. The heavenly title beast did not mince words and listed several conditions in one breath. Is that all? Han Li remained unchanged. If I mention any other conditions, friend Han might turn hostile. The heavenly title beast chuckled. All right, if those are the only conditions, I can agree. However, releasing you from the restraint of the void heaven cauldron must wait until before my ascension or when I'm preparing to ascend. Do you have any objections to this? After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Han Li decisively agreed. No problem. Friend, this is definitely a wise decision. We originally have no need to separate life and death. And to show my sincerity, I can teach you this Silver Co script first. The heavenly title beast relaxed and burst into laughter. That would be even better. Han Li looked at the golden token in his hand and accepted it without hesitation. However, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and slapped his waist, and a green bag appeared in his hand. It was the storage bag of Golden Flower Ancestor. Han Li swept his divine sense into it, and everything in the bag entered his mind. After a while, he shook the bag, and a green light flew out of the mouth of the bag, spewing out several jade slips of various colors. Han Li carefully checked each jade slip, examining the techniques and secrets recorded on them one by one, as if he had completely forgotten about the heavenly title beast in the cauldron. But the beast was quite sensible and didn't disturb Han Li at this moment. After a while, Han Li raised his eyebrows. After extracting his divine sense from the last jade slip, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He did not find anything related to the golden token in these jade slips. Could it be that this token was not made by this person, but obtained unintentionally? Han Li couldn't help but think so. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he seemed to remember something. He immediately lowered his head, and his divine sense sank into the storage bag again, locking onto an item immediately. The storage bag flashed with green light again, and another item flew out. It was a half-foot-sized yellow wooden box, with a prohibition rune attached to its surface. Han Li didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, tore off the rune, and then slapped the lid of the wooden box. The wooden box slowly opened, revealing an object inside. It was a fist-sized, milky white jade plaque, with faint silver runes that seemed to be the same as those on the silver Ko script. These runes were extremely tiny, but with a sweep of divine sense, they were clear and distinct. However, as soon as he saw this plaque, he realized it was damaged and incomplete. Han Li was stunned. Before he could carefully examine the plaque, the silver runes on its surface suddenly flashed, and it jumped up abruptly, transforming into a silver light and shooting away. Startled, but seeing the prohibition rune attached to the wooden box earlier, he had already been on guard. Therefore, when the silver light had just shot out about 10 meters away, he dashed over like lightning. His 5 fingers, simultaneously, emitted a green light. There was a buzzing sound in the nearby space, as if thunder had struck on a clear day. The silver light trembled, paused in its escape, and then revealed its original form as a jade plaque. Han Li's face darkened, and he closed his 5 fingers. The silver light was sucked back with irresistible force. Han Li grabbed it in his hand, making it unable to move at all. Golden Palace, jade script. Impossible. How could this thing have fallen into this realm? The heavenly title beast sensed the scene just now and couldn't help but shout in horror, his voice trembling slightly. How so? Friend heavenly title recognizes this object. Han Li's heart sank. The fact that this spiritual being was so shocked suggested that this jade plaque was indeed of extraordinary origin. Impossible. This thing cannot exist in the mortal realm. How can this spirit be willing to wait in the lower realm with sparse spiritual energy? I understand. This page of the Jade Book is actually a fragment, with almost all its spirituality gone, and it is completely incapable of returning to the spiritual realm. I just don't know which great supernatural person actually had the ability to tear the Jade Book apart and turn it into a fragment. The heavenly title beast seemed not to hear Han Li's question, muttering to himself incessantly. Apparently, the appearance of this jade plaque in the mortal realm had shocked him too much, making him somewhat uncontrollable. Seeing Han Li frown, he had to cough twice. I was a bit out of control just now. It was really surprising to see this object. It caught me off guard. The heavenly title beast finally regained some sanity and explained. If friend heavenly title is willing, could you tell me about this object? Hanley pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. There's no harm in that. This object is so well known among human tribes in the spiritual realm that it is almost universally known. It's not a secret at all. Speaking of this book, we have to start with the immortal realm and immortal. Although we often have some things from immortals for various reasons, such as the immortal's bones, but since the day we have recorded in the spirit world, we have not known why. I have almost never been a god to our spiritual world, but I just don't know why the gods, the loss of time and years, the truth of the book, but that's impossible. And the system into left to thee also, with it of the all it can be to. Even if there is this, thee is the 10 of the most of the 10, two is a day of the world. Chapter 1163, Return to the Old Place. In my hand, this piece has 36 inner pages, or 72 outer pages of the jade book. Hanley gently touched the jade card with his finger, watching as the silver runes on it flickered like they were alive, unable to resist asking. The outer pages are inscribed with silver key characters, while the inner pages use gold seal characters. It's a type of spiritual script that few people recognize. The youth didn't directly answer, but smiled ambiguously. Silver key characters. Then the one I have should be an outer page, and furthermore only a fragment. Hanley didn't show much disappointment upon hearing this, seeming indifferent. Even if the Golden Gateway Jade book was as incredible as the youth boasted, it was too far-fetched for him, a mortal cultivator unsure if he could even advance to nascent soul. For him, inner and outer pages made no difference. He wasn't about to start contemplating cultivation in the spirit realm right now. The youth glanced at Hanley's face, as if reading his thoughts. With a slight smile, he said, with your current cultivation, possessing an outer page of the jade book is not bad. If it were indeed an inner page without nascent soul cultivation, attempting to practice would be futile. After all, the secrets of the immortal techniques involve manipulating the essence of heaven and earth. Only in the middle realms of the 3 major stages can one truly control the essence of heaven and earth. Even nascent soul cultivators merely scratch the surface and can even harm themselves by attempting to practice prematurely. Outer page jade books, however, don't involve technique, so if you can comprehend even a bit and integrate it into your practice, you can still benefit greatly. But I wonder what exactly is recorded in yours, with only a half-page fragment left, whether you can still understand it. It's probably related to talisman crafting, Hanley guessed, looking at the golden talisman in his other hand. It's not necessarily that straightforward. These silver key characters are impossible for mortal cultivators to recognize. Old ancestor Jin Hua probably stumbled upon the jade book by chance and discovered the mysteries of this spiritual script, using it haphazardly. After all, even imitating heavenly artifacts has some inexplicable magical effects. The youth shook his head. If that's the case, then I'll have to take some time to study it seriously. Tianlan Taoist friend, why not impart the silver key characters to me now? Hanley blinked and suddenly suggested. No problem. However, I have a condition. If you comprehend the jade book, I also want to borrow it for a use. After all, even our Yao clan can benefit from an outer page jade book. The youth was direct, stating his terms. No problem. However, as you are a cultivator of the spirit realm, your experience and perspective far exceed mine. If I gain nothing from it, I would like a copy of your insights once you comprehend it, Han Li replied calmly. That's acceptable. However, these silver key and gold seal characters, also known as true spiritual script, are said to have originated from the immortal realm and have been passed down as the spiritual scripts of the immortal techniques. Each character possesses incredible effects, to the extent that inscribing them on ordinary jade slips would cause them to explode. They cannot be taught through spiritual communication methods, so I can only teach them to you one character at a time, using the most basic and time-consuming method. The youth agreed and explained further. A little time is nothing. I still need at least 2 months to reach Kiwi Star Island. You can take your time teaching me. With this understanding, Han Li placed the jade card back into the wooden box, affixed a talisman, and stored it in his storage bag. Then he looked at the youth on the cauldron, smiling silently. Seeing this, the youth smiled bitterly. Since that's the case, let's begin now. The silver key characters first appeared lost to our spirit realm from some immortal artifacts, and then they were painstakingly deciphered and annotated by our spirit realm's great experts. Their original meanings may differ somewhat from those of the true immortals, but I believe they shouldn't be too far off. I'll start with 100 or so runes commonly used in talisman crafting. The old-sounding voice of the youth echoed, leisurely in the streak of light, as he began teaching Han Li this spiritual script. Han Li naturally didn't miss this rare opportunity and listened attentively while also not hesitating to ask whenever he had doubts. The youth transformed into Tian Lan, beast, did not show any impatience and answered each question patiently. Thus, 2 months passed in a flash. When Han Li had learned the silver key characters from Tian Lan Beast, he finally arrived in the waters near Kiwi Star Island. On this day, Han Li was quietly contemplating while listening to the youth's explanation. Suddenly, a small black spot appeared on the sea surface ahead. Han Li glanced from afar, suddenly moved in his heart, and his streak of light increased by 3 points, blinking to the front. It turned out to be a small island with an area of only 60 to 70 miles. Compared to the numerous islands Han Li had seen before, it was tiny. However, such a miniature island actually emitted a faint spiritual energy and had a small spiritual vein. The quality of this spiritual vein was naturally extremely poor. Han Li hovered hundreds of feet above the island, looking towards the mountain range on the island, his face showing no expression but with a trace of undisguised sentiment in his eyes. This small island was where he had lived, Zio Huan Island. When he left the island back then, he hadn't even formed the golden core, but now, passing by this island again, he was already a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The changes in the world over the years were truly unimaginable. When he left the island back then, although his determination to cultivate the Tao was firm, He never imagined that one day he would become a nascent soul cultivator. Hanley quietly stayed in the air for about a meal's time, and the unusual color gradually faded from his eyes. A burst of green light flashed all over his body, turning into a cyan rainbow and shooting away. Since he had already arrived at Zio Huan Island, he was not far from Kiwi Star Island. Sure enough, half a day later, Han Li saw the gigantic silhouette of Kiwi Star Island from afar. But this time, instead of circling around to enter from the port, Han Li casually found an uninhabited place, and his whole body emitted spiritual light as he directly shot towards the white misty barrier that protected the entire island. With a loud bang, after the nearby light screen violently shook, Han Li relied on his powerful cultivation to forcibly squeeze into the light screen, and then calmly controlled his streak of light to leave. A meal's time after Han Li flew away, several streaks of light in various colors suddenly shot out from the inside of the island, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived where Han Li had been. Then, the light dispersed, revealing several Foundation establishment cultivators. These cultivators first looked around near the now restored light screen, then scattered around searching for a while, but found nothing. Finally, they gathered together in surprise and whispered for a few moments before flying back in haste. At this moment, Han Li had already landed on a mountain top several hundred miles away, and with a raise of his hand, a disk emitting milky white light appeared in his hand. Han Li opened his mouth, and a clump of green spiritual energy sprayed onto the formation disk. He chanted an incantation. Immediately, the disk's surface, interwoven with green and white spiritual lights, flickered and shimmered unpredictably, becoming as clear as a mirror. Somewhere on the surface of the mirror, a red light spot flashed. Seeing this scene, Han Li showed a satisfied expression, nodded slightly, then lifted the formation disk with one hand and rose into the air. After identifying a direction in midair, he shot towards the horizon. Several quarters of an hour later, Han Li appeared above a certain place on the island, looking down at a secluded manor with an expression of incredulity. Isn't this the Gu family manor where Wensi Moon and her family lived? Han Li murmured in surprise and puzzlement. Han Li, being so casual and floating in the air directly above the manor for such a long time, naturally caused a commotion among the ordinary people in the manor. A moment later, two streaks of light suddenly shot out from several houses below, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Han Li. Then the light dissipated, revealing an old man and a middle-aged man, both at the Foundation establishment stage. "It's you." Han Li glanced at the two, frowning. Upon seeing Han Li's appearance clearly in midair, the two showed a great shock and quickly approached to pay their respects. Respectfully greeting Senior Han, Junior didn't know that Senior had arrived here. Please forgive Junior. These two were actually the Foundation establishment disciples of Wensi Moon's husband and wife. They had long known about Han Li's identity as a high-level cultivator and were naturally cautious and respectful, not daring to show any negligence. How did you end up living here, and where is your master? Han Li asked without expression. This is the residence of a named disciple that Junior received. Therefore, Junior decided to directly bring Master and the others to live here. Master and Madam found this place too noisy, so they took little Junior sister and lived in a temporary cave mansion in the small mountain next to the mansion. The old man said respectfully, "You received a named disciple, is it?" "Someone with high cultivation," Han Li casually asked. Naturally, Junior is good at ordinary healing, but it's also common to see the devil lotus on a person's head. In a brief moment, Han Li landed on a platform halfway up a small mountain, facing what seemed to be an ordinary stone wall. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of green mist surged forth. Phew! The mist struck the stone wall, erupting into a burst of colorful light. Immediately, the stone wall blurred like an illusion, revealing a giant stone gate several zhang high. White spiritual light flickered on the gate, indicating it was imbued with prohibitive enchantments. Han Li assessed the situation and raised his hand, releasing a burst of flames that vanished into the stone gate in a flash. After a short while, a pleasantly surprised voice of a woman came from inside the stone gate, so it's Senior Han who has arrived. "Please wait a moment, Senior. We, the couple, will come out to greet you." With these words, after a few breaths, the white light on the stone gate flashed a few times, returning to its ordinary appearance. Then, a rumbling sound followed as the stone gate slowly opened, and two women and a man walked out from inside. It was none other than Wen Siyu and her husband, along with the young girl named Tian Kiner. When Han Li's gaze swept across the girl's face, he was slightly taken aback. Because the originally sallow and extremely thin girl had now turned into a delicate-looking young woman, with hints of her mother's charm in her eyebrows and eyes. It seemed that after completely expelling the poison and receiving proper care, this should be the true appearance of the girl. "I pay my respects to Senior Han. I didn't expect Senior to arrive so soon. Siyu didn't come far to welcome you. Please forgive us." Among the group, Wen Siyu, who was more familiar with Han Li, took the initiative to step forward and bow respectfully, her face full of a captivating smile. "My journey went smoothly. I didn't encounter any obstacles, so naturally, I arrived earlier than planned." Han Li waved his hand, indicating the three not to be overly polite. However, the couple has been looking forward to Senior's arrival. "Senior, please come and sit in the cave mansion." Wen Siyu smiled charmingly and then said obediently, "Well, that's fine. I also want to test this girl as soon as possible and see how well she has comprehended the formation book I gave her. If she truly satisfies me, I will accept her as a disciple." Han Li nodded calmly and said without any emotion, then glanced at the girl. Tian Kiner blushed slightly when Han Li looked at her, and hurriedly lowered her head. However, Wen Siyu and the middle-aged man named Tian were overjoyed at these words, and quickly invited Han Li into the cave mansion. Once inside, Han Li stayed for a day and a night. During this period, the 4 foundation establishment disciples of Wen Siyu and others also came to the cave mansion to greet Han Li and the others once. Among them, the old man brought a young man who was about 7 or 8 years old. They also entered the cave mansion, but did not come out immediately. A day later, a green rainbow shot out from the small mountain, and faintly, 2 figures of men and women could be seen in the rainbow. After flashing a few times, the green rainbow disappeared without a trace. A month later, thousands of miles away from the chaotic star sea in the mainland interior of Tiannan Uiguo, in a huge canyon in the wilderness, several black-robed cultivators were flying in midair in their flying instruments. Although they looked graceful, their speed was extremely slow, obviously low-level cultivators. After flying for a while, the black-robed cultivators suddenly flew towards the side of the canyon wall and disappeared into a hidden and unusual cave. After a few more steps, more than a dozen feet away, a stone gate shimmering with prohibition light appeared in front of them. A lazy voice came from inside before they could enter. Immediately, a black mist flew out of the cave and disappeared in front of the big man. Then the gloomy air dissipated and a pale-faced old man appeared. Oh, I wonder who it is. It turns out to be Brother Meng. Isn't this the disciple on duty this time? Although the old man's face was originally gloomy, he was slightly stunned when he saw the big man, but immediately put on a smile. It's not surprising. The big man has the cultivation of foundation establishment middle stage, but the old man is only a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator. Naturally, he dare not be careless. Yes, Brother Fan, I was ordered to take over the guardianship of this spiritual mine. Is the entrance to the mine just inside the cave? The big man was not polite and directly asked. Ha ha, Brother Meng is really straightforward. The entrance to the spiritual mine is indeed inside. However, it seems that there are too few people. The old man looked at the few people behind the big man and was a little surprised. Now our ghost spirit sect is not as good as in previous years. Most of the disciples are used to guard against the Myoling sect and the magma gate. These are the ones I have worked hard to get from the steward's hall. Fortunately, this place is also the hinterland of our sect, just managing some ordinary people, and they are enough. The big man snorted, seeming quite dissatisfied. That makes sense, but Brother Meng will have to work harder in the future. When the old man heard what the big man said, he could only nod helplessly. Well, brother, you'd better take me to the mine to understand the situation here. The big man looked at the cave in front of him for a moment, then said like this. Naturally. Brother, please come with me. The old man nodded and immediately pinched his hands to close the stone door again. Then he took the big man and a few people walked deep into the cave. After a quarter of an hour, the old man took the big man for a long time, turned the passage, and walked into a few feet of wide cracks in the ground. Inside, there was a faint white light flashing, apparently connected to the underground. And at the entrance of the crack, There are also two black-robed cultivators of foundation building sitting, cross-legged on both sides. But when they see the old man and the big man coming over, these two people are surprised and come over to salute. The old man waved his hand lightly and took the big man directly into the crack. A quarter of an hour later, the old man took the big man to the underground mine channel. The channel was complicated, and there were many young men and ordinary men who were hired, but there were still some who were hardworking. The old man pointed to one side and pointed around, and it seemed that every inch of the place was unusually familiar. It's hard to blame. Whoever stayed here for more than a decade, he could recognize all the channels with his eyes closed. However, the big man listened all the way with a gloomy face and did not easily speak. After a few more turns, there was suddenly another passage ahead, slanting down, seemingly deeper underground. The old man frowned when he saw this passage, shook his head, and did not want to take the big man to go over, but turned around and wanted to return to the look of several people. "Brother Fan, where is this leading? Why not take us over to see?" The big man saw this passage, but stopped his feet and asked strangely. Many years ago, this was a forbidden land. The door had specially sent some disciples to guard here, but now it has been abandoned. Those hands have been withdrawn. The old man responded casually. Forbidden land. What is inside? Why was it abandoned? When the big man heard this, he became more interested. There's nothing inside, just an ancient teleportation array. But this teleportation array has obviously been abandoned for a long time and cannot be used at all. As for why it was abolished as a forbidden land and then revoked, I don't know much about it, but it seems to have something to do with Brother Wang. The old man hesitated for a moment, seemingly insignificant, but told the truth. Brother Wang, the original. The big man suddenly stopped when he heard Brother Wang's words, but seemed extremely wary of something. You know, that's good enough for Brother. Brother Wang's business is not something you and I can discuss. The old man laughed and said with deep meaning, "Since that's the case, can Brother take me to see it first? Don't hide, Brother. I've been studying the way of the formation for a few years. I'm very curious about the ancient transmission array." The big man sighed and said, "If Brother is studying the way of the formation, it's farther away, and it takes a lot of time to spend." The old man looked strange when he heard the big man's saying for a while. "Brother, don't be surprised. I know that greed is not good, but I'm stuck in my practice for years, and I have to stimulate it in various ways. Maybe I can just learn from it in the way of the formation." The big man sighed and said, "Since that's the case, then let me lead the way for Junior Brother. However, if you really want to study this teleportation array, it's best to find another time." The old man heard the big man say this and could only respond as such. Upon hearing this, the big man's face revealed a slight smile. So, the group of several people proceeded towards the front passage. In the blink of an eye, they entered into an even deeper underground passage. After twists and turns that lasted about the time it takes to finish a meal, Under the old man's guidance, they entered into a complex and interconnected stalactite cave. This place seemed like a small maze, but following some obvious markings, the group finally stopped in a relatively spacious stalactite cave. Because in the corner of this cave, there was an ancient hexagonal teleportation array. Junior brother, this is it. The old man pointed at the ancient teleportation array and said to the big man, This is indeed an ancient teleportation array. I've only seen rough descriptions of it in some ancient texts before. I've never had the chance to see the real thing. The big man's eyes lit up upon seeing the teleportation array, and he took a few steps forward, circling around it a few times before staring intently at it. Meanwhile, the old man stroked his beard, smiling silently beside him. As for the several chi condensation stage disciples, although they were curious, they naturally didn't dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with the big man. They simply stood obediently at the entrance. I've heard people say that this teleportation array is actually intact. The reason it can't be activated is likely due to problems with the formation on the other end. Otherwise, I would really like to know where exactly this teleportation array leads. But there's plenty of time for you to study it in the future, since Junior brother will be guarding this place for more than 10 years. Let's go back now. After the big man had examined it for quite a while, the old man felt it was about time and casually spoke a few words before urging the big man to leave. Go back. I don't think that's necessary. It's so quiet here. Senior brother can stay here forever. The big man, with his back to the old man, didn't even lift his head, but his mouth uttered eerie words. Upon hearing this, the old man was startled. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a coldness at his neck. A flash of sword light passed, and his head fell to the ground. The old man's headless body staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the big man finally turned around, his face complex as he glanced at the old man's corpse, sighing softly. What's wrong? Meng Taoist still reluctant to leave Ghost Soul sect. Among the chi condensation disciples, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged cultivator suddenly spoke up, lifting his hand towards a silver-white flying sword hovering in the air, beckoning it. Immediately, the flying sword flashed and transformed into a silver rainbow, shooting back into his hand. It turned out that the old man had been unexpectedly killed from behind by this person with a flying sword. And this person, originally only at the chi condensation stage, now revealed his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Now that I've decided to join your flame demon sect, naturally I have no regrets. It's just that although I didn't have much personal relationship with this person, I've seen him many times in the past, so some sentimentality is natural. Meng, the big man, replied calmly. It's best if Meng Taoist thinks like this. Since more than 100 years ago when Ghost Soul Sect lost 2 Yuanying stage cultivators, coupled with a large number of Jindan stage cultivators, their influence has greatly diminished. They no longer deserve to monopolize a country's territory. This time, our flame demon sect, along with the spirit control sect and the newly rising blood kill sect, have joined forces. Ghost Soul sect is doomed. In the future, Blood Kill sect will take Ghost Soul sect's position in our demonic path. Your decision to join our sect is wise, the middle-aged cultivator chuckled. At this point, the aura of the others suddenly changed, all revealing their foundation establishment stage cultivation. These people were all disciples of the Flame Demon sect. As long as your sect keeps its promises to me, I will cooperate fully, Meng replied with a forced smile. Haha, rest assured about that. Meng Xing has good talents. After we win this battle, our sect leader will personally accept you as a disciple. This is much better than practicing alone in Ghost Soul sect without guidance. But this place is quite remote indeed. Thanks to our sect leader, who specially gave me several concealment symbols before leaving. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to hide from his divine sense, the middle-aged cultivator said smugly, glancing at the corpse on the ground. Also fortunate that there's this ancient teleportation array here, which gave me an excuse to lure him to this remote place to strike. Otherwise, even if I could make a successful attack, with more than a dozen chi condensation disciples here, if they activated restrictions or sent out alerting messages, it would be troublesome. Now that this person is dealt with, I can forcibly gather the other disciples together and eliminate them all at once. Meng's expression darkened suddenly, his voice chilling. Good, Meng's method is not bad. We'll go with this plan, the middle-aged cultivator nodded approvingly. At this moment, another person swiftly took the storage bag from the old man and shot a fireball, instantly turning the body into ashes. Then these people prepared to leave the stalactite cave. But just then, the ancient teleportation array, which no one had paid attention to, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Then the entire array flashed with white light, spontaneously activating as if someone was being transported over. This sudden turn of events startled Meng and the others, leaving them dumbfounded. Didn't the old man clearly say that this array had long been abandoned? How could it suddenly function normally at this moment? Destroy the array quickly. No matter who is being transported here, we can't afford any complications at this critical moment. The middle-aged cultivator reacted swiftly, shouting loudly and raising his hand. Immediately, the flying sword that had been put away transformed into a cold light and shot towards a corner of the array. The others also realized what was happening and began to use various artifacts, attempting to destroy the teleportation array instantly. After several loud bangs, the ancient teleportation array erupted with dazzling white light, repelling all these artifacts. This shocked the middle-aged cultivator and the others. They naturally didn't know that when the ancient teleportation array was not activated, any low-level cultivator could easily destroy it. However, once the teleportation began, the array itself was infused with powerful spiritual energy and could not be destroyed without a cultivator of Jindan stage or higher. Otherwise, if there were any disturbances at the receiving end when ancient cultivators were being transported, it would be disastrous. In the astonished gaze of these people, two figures, a man and a woman, faintly appeared in the array. Their figures were shaky, as if they were still dizzy from the teleportation. The middle-aged man saw that the young man was in his 20s, while the girl was only in her teens. He scanned the girl with his divine sense and found that she was only at the chi condensation stage, immediately feeling relieved. In the cultivation world, one couldn't judge a woman's strength based on her appearance alone. A teenage girl might actually be a high-level cultivator who had lived for hundreds of years. This was quite common. As for the young man, if he was only in his 20s, his cultivation was likely not very high. After all, few men practiced the arts of preservation. Therefore, he intended to scan the young man again, but saw that the other party's head was shaking and seemed to be recovering. In his hurry, he didn't dare to look at the other's cultivation and hurriedly shouted, "Attack, kill them quickly." In his opinion, the woman's cultivation was so low, and the young man's appearance was so young that at most he was a foundation establishment cultivator. It was natural to kill them while they were still dizzy, to avoid future trouble. Wait, don't act. Meng, the big man, saw the young man's face clearly and panicked suddenly, hurriedly stopping them. But the other flame demon sect cultivators, led by the middle-aged cultivator, continued to attack the young man and woman in the array, ignoring Meng's strange tone. As a result, when 4 or 5 artifacts emitted brilliant spiritual light and seemed to engulf the two, suddenly a cold snort rang out. "You people seek death." With this voice, a deafening roar followed. Then a dazzling green light burst out from the array, like a green sun suddenly appearing there. All the artifacts touched by the green light shattered inch by inch. Then several golden sword auras burst out from the green light. In an instant, including the middle-aged cultivator, all of them were pierced through, without uttering a sound, instantly falling to the ground dead. Only Meng, the big man, remained unharmed, standing still in place without daring to move, his face pale with fear. "What, do you recognize me?" The young man in the array slowly walked out, his eyes cold as he swept over the big man, asking calmly. Behind him, the teenage girl respectfully followed, looking extremely obedient, like a younger generation relative. Naturally, the young man was Han Li, who had spent more than a month repairing the teleportation array in the Chaos Star Sea, and finally returned to the southern Tian-Nan. As for the girl behind him, she was Tian Kiner, whom he was very satisfied with in terms of her talent in formations. When the junior was young, he followed a family elder during the invasion of the Mulan people and witnessed the senior's mighty display. I have always remembered the senior's appearance. Meng, the big man, heard this and hurriedly bowed deeply to Han Li, speaking anxiously. "The Mulan invasion. That was a long time ago. It's surprising that you still remember my appearance. However, you are a disciple of the Ghost Soul sect, right? Are these few people your fellow sect members?" Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly asking. "I am a disciple of the Ghost Soul sect. But these few are cultivators of the flame demon sect. Meng hesitated for a moment, but under the chilling gaze of the opposite party, he spoke everything inadvertently. Flame demon sect, you're quite honest. If you had said they were your fellow sect members just now, I would have killed you immediately. The spiritual fluctuations on these people are completely different from those of your ghost soul sect. Han Li's cold words made Meng's heart chill, dispelling any other thoughts he had. Tian Kiner stood behind Han Li, observing everything around her with curious glances from time to time. I'm not interested in knowing why. As a disciple of the Ghost Soul sect, you are here with members of the Flame Demon sect. I just have some things to ask you, so you better answer me honestly. Han Li finally spoke. As long as the junior knows, I will definitely tell you everything truthfully, Meng replied hastily. I've been away from Tian Nan for some years. Tell me about the major events in the cultivation world here over the past century, Han Li asked calmly. Yes, Junior will report truthfully. As for major events, naturally, 80 years ago, there was the incident where the Xuan Miao sect of Tianlu Nation was annihilated overnight by the Fire Spirit sect. The specifics are, Meng, in front of Han Li, obediently began to explain. The vast difference in their cultivations was enough to make Meng cautious and not dare to deceive even a bit. Listening to Meng's words, Han Li remained calm, occasionally asking a question where he found something of interest. Meng tried his best to provide detailed answers, fearing displeasing Han Li. After talking for a full hour, the big man finally finished recounting the major events that had occurred in Tianan over the past century. Then, he nervously paused. How is our falling cloud sect doing now? Have there been any major developments? Is Elder Cheng still in charge of internal affairs? Han Li fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. The falling cloud sect. Because of the distance, I'm not very clear about the situation of the sect, but it seems that an elder surnamed LV is currently in charge of the sect. The big man hesitated before saying uncertainly. Chapter 1166, Hu Sect. So Elder Cheng has passed away, Han Li murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze towards the top of the cave, seemingly lost in thought. Originally, the top of the cave seemed to have been pierced through by ghost sect cultivators. However, after hundreds of years, there were no visible signs of repair. Seeing Han Li lost in thought, the burly man surnamed Meng dared not show any signs of concern, maintaining a respectful demeanor on his face. Suddenly, without any warning, Han Li flicked his sleeve, and a surge of green light rolled towards the burly man's head. Startled, the burly man hadn't even processed another thought when he suddenly lost consciousness. Looking at the unconscious man on the ground, Han Li turned around and pointed at the array behind him. Several golden sword auras shot out with a loud boom, shattering the array into pieces, which then vanished without a trace, leaving a large crater in the ground. Since the array in the starry sea had been restored by him, there was no need for this teleportation array to exist here any longer. Otherwise, If others obtained a great teleportation command, they could also teleport to the Starry Sea. Han Li intended to control this shortcut entirely by himself, without any intention of sharing it with others. He was already familiar with the construction of this teleportation array and could redeploy it in its original location whenever necessary. With everything done, Han Li reached down and grabbed the unconscious, burly man with one hand. A strong suction force gripped the man's head, and Han Li's eyes flickered with determination as he began to perform a secret technique. After a while, Han Li relaxed his fingers, dropping the man's surnamed Meng onto the ground. He muttered expressionlessly, "Consider yourself lucky. I don't go back on my word. Though I won't kill you, the memory of me emerging from the teleportation array will naturally be erased." In an instant, Han Li used his magic to alter the man's memory, making him remember only that a mysterious high-level cultivator had suddenly descended from the sky and killed the others, accidentally destroying the ancient teleportation array in the aftermath. With Han Li's current cultivation base, unless a nascent soul cultivator intervened, it was impossible for anyone to unravel the restrictions he placed. Naturally, he felt reassured about this. Afterward, Han Li released several fireballs, turning the bodies of the Mo Yan sect cultivators into ashes. Then, surrounded by a green aura, he lifted the unconscious girl and soared into the sky like a green rainbow. With a deafening roar, the restored top of the cave was pierced through once more, and after a flash of green light, Han Li shot up to the surface. He then circled in the air for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Without mentioning the other ghost sect cultivators, how they would react upon finding the unconscious, burly man in the cave, and after a brief turmoil, the Mo Yan sect's unexpected attack on the ghost sect was thwarted. Han Li had already flown towards the direction of the Ziguo country. With Han Li's current cultivation base, his escape speed was incredibly fast. Although he didn't exert his full strength, his speed was still astonishing. Occasionally encountering some cultivators on the way, most of them had just seen a flash of green light in the sky a moment ago, and the next moment, that green light inexplicably appeared far behind them. At that moment, they just heard a faint sound of breaking through the air. Naturally, these cultivators were all startled. Those with higher cultivation levels naturally knew that they had encountered a senior expert with great magical powers. They were greatly shocked, while those with lower cultivation levels naturally became suspicious, thinking that they had encountered some kind of demon or monster in broad daylight. Several days later, Han Li flew out of Yueguo and entered the territory of Yuanwu country. After flying in Yuanwu country for 2 days, Han Li suddenly remembered something. After a moment of hesitation, his escape light changed direction and shot towards another direction, temporarily altering his course. Near a remote mountain peak on the edge of Yuanwu country, a flash of green light appeared in the sky, and a dazzling green rainbow broke through the air in the blink of an eye, arriving over the peak. The aura dissipated, revealing the figures of Han Li and Tian Kiner. Hanley glanced down at the mountain peak below, a trace of emotion crossing his face. Then he swept his divine sense downwards and revealed a look of surprise. This was the mountain peak where Zin Ryan had lived in seclusion in the past. Although it seemed that everything had remained unchanged, the place where Zin Ryan had once secluded herself was now filled with many cultivators' auras, mostly at the chi refining and foundation establishment stages. But there were also two figures of core formation cultivators. However, some of Zin Ryan's formations and restrictions still remained. Thick white mist covered the area below, making it impossible to see what lay inside. Hanley narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating. "Master, is something wrong?" Tian Kiner blinked her eyes and asked cautiously. "Nothing, it's just been a few years since I last came here. I didn't expect there would be some uninvited guests here," Han Li replied casually, though the girl could faintly sense some displeasure on Han Li's face and wisely chose not to inquire further. However, Han Li suddenly looked at the girl with an unexpected question. "What do you think of this mountain?" "This mountain? Although the spiritual energy here is a bit thin, the scenery is still quite good," Tian Kiner replied hesitantly after carefully observing the small mountain, unsure of why Han Li asked. "Oh, this is where an old acquaintance of mine used to live." A hint of disappointment flashed across Han Li's face, but he quickly resumed his usual demeanor. With a single raise of his hand, he continued, "Pht." A sound came out, and a crimson fireball suddenly appeared. Then, with a blank expression, the fireball spun rapidly on his palm, rapidly expanding in size at an incredible speed. In almost the blink of an eye, it had grown to the size of a wash basin, which was astonishing. Hanley glanced coldly down below, waved his hand, and the fireball turned into a ball of red light that rolled down, like a meteor crashing down from the sky. It disappeared in a flash as it collided into the mist. The nearby mist rolled violently, and with a loud boom, a fire cloud exploded out from the white mist. The flames rolled in all directions, forcefully piercing through a large hole more than 10 zhang wide in the prohibition, with the white mist crumbling and dissipating. The entire prohibition array had been shattered by Han Li's fireball with a single motion of his hand. As the white mist cleared away, everything below gradually became visible. Countless pavilions and buildings covered the area below, but the bamboo building that Zin Ryan had built in the past was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Han Li's face darkened. However, Han Li's disturbance naturally immediately alerted all the cultivators present here. Instantly, more than a dozen cultivators flew into the sky, heading straight towards Han Li. But at that moment, a clear voice suddenly came from a mountainside below. "Which senior has come to our Huyu sect? I am Guan Qing, and I apologize for not welcoming you earlier." With these words, a red light flashed from the mountainside, rushing out ahead of the foundation establishment cultivators below, arriving in front of Han Li in an instant. The light dissipated, revealing a middle-aged scholar dressed in Confucian robes. This was the core formation cultivator that Han Li had sensed. Simultaneously, from the top of the highest building below, another yellow light also flew out at the same speed, flashing several times and closely following the red light to arrive. It was a burly old man with a robust figure. This was another core formation cultivator. At this moment, the Foundation establishment cultivators finally flew nearby, staring blankly at the two men. One of them was over 60 years old with a scholarly appearance. This cultivator, named Feng Zhai, wore a surprised expression at the moment. "Is Master calling me?" The old man named Feng Zhai hesitantly asked, afraid he had misheard. "Why hesitate when you're called? This senior has questions for you. Didn't you originally live here?" The scholar, fearing his disciple's slow response might displease Han Li, suddenly adopted a stern tone. "Yes, disciple is coming." Confirming he hadn't misheard, the Foundation establishment stage elder steeled himself and flew over, arriving next to the scholar. "Did you originally reside here?" Han Li's gaze swept over Feng Zhai, his expression shifting slightly as he slowly asked. "Reporting to Senior, before entering the sect, my family did indeed reside here." The Foundation establishment stage elder respectfully replied, not daring to conceal anything. "So, you're a descendant of Zio Mei." Han Li's expression softened a bit. "Zio Mei, Senior, are you referring to my grandmother? Could it be that you are the senior who gifted the Foundation establishment pill?" Feng Zhai was initially stunned, then suddenly exclaimed in realization. "You're not slow, you managed to guess correctly." Han Li chuckled. The scholar and the dark-skinned elder were taken aback by what they heard. Han Li did not avoid the salute, accepting it calmly before leisurely speaking. "Before I achieved the Great Tao, I had several encounters with your ancestor. Later, when I met your mother, I gave her a Foundation establishment pill to repay a past favor. However, seeing you now stuck at mid-Foundation establishment stage, it's evident your aptitude is not exceptional. Now, you're old and frail. Your path in cultivation seems to have reached its end. Junior's aptitude is limited, disappointing Senior." The old man named Feng Zhai replied, his face slightly reddening. "Heh, why would I be disappointed? By the way, why did the feathered transformation sect move to this mountain? This place used to be the old residence of your grandmother's former master. Don't you know? Her master was an old friend of mine." Han Li's face suddenly turned stern, his tone cold. The scholar and the dark-skinned elder's expressions changed dramatically. "I know a bit about this matter, but I have moved Senior Zin's old residences to another place behind the mountain, preserving everything in its original state without any damage. This was a condition I set when allowing the sect to use this mountain." Feng Zhai's heart skipped a beat, but he hurriedly explained. "Is that so?" Han Li's eyes flashed with a cold light as he directly questioned the two-core formation stage cultivators. "Indeed, this place is not our sect's main base, only a temporary resting spot. The reason so many disciples are here now is that I brought them to handle some matters in Yuanwu country and had to stay here for a while. We haven't touched anything of Senior Zin's after moving it. The scholar seemed to have sensed Han Li's displeasure and quickly explained. So that's how it is. But no matter what your original intentions were, this place is my old friend's residence. I don't want to see any other cultivators here. You should know what to do next, right? Han Li coldly said to the scholar and the dark-skinned elder. We understand. We will immediately vacate this place and have the disciples move out at once. The dark-skinned elder, shivering, responded without hesitation. The scholar, naturally having no objections, repeatedly nodded in agreement. Good, you should know how to behave. Lead me to Senior Zin's old residences. Han Li said unceremoniously to the two core formation stage cultivators, then turned to the foundation establishment stage elder. Yes, I will take Senior there right away. Feng Zhai dared not refuse and respectfully agreed. After saluting the scholar, he activated his magic tool and flew towards another part of the mountain. Han Li enveloped Tian Kinner in a green light, turning into a streak of green light following Feng Zhai. In a flash, they disappeared around the other side of the mountain. Is he really a late nascent soul stage cultivator? We couldn't have been mistaken, right? His appearance doesn't match any of the three renowned cultivators. The scholar, finally relaxing, whispered to the dark-skinned elder. It seemed that even at such a distance, he didn't dare speak aloud. He should be. The spiritual pressure from him is several times more terrifying than from our master. This person indeed isn't one of the three renowned cultivators. Could it be that a fourth great cultivator has emerged in Tiannan? The dark-skinned elder replied, somewhat uncertain. If it's true, this person must have recently succeeded in advancing. Otherwise, it would have already shocked all of Tiannan. The scholar murmured. Forget it, no matter who he is, even our master wouldn't dare offend him. We should quickly vacate this place to avoid angering him. That would be disastrous. The elder said grimly. You are right, senior brother. I will give the orders immediately. It's a pity to lose such a good resting spot. The scholar sighed, still somewhat reluctant. HMPH, we are lucky this time. Fortunately, you took Feng Zhai as a disciple. Without him here, seeing how that senior broke through the restrictions, he might have attacked us immediately. I didn't know this disciple had any connection to such a senior. Have you ever heard anything about it? And what kind of person was the former owner of this place to be friends with a late nascent soul stage cultivator? The dark-skinned elder asked after a deep breath. You've stumped me, senior brother. Although I took Feng Zhai in early on because he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, his aptitude is quite mediocre. I don't know much about his affairs, but I did inquire once about the former owner of this place. Although the restrictions were simple, they were quite ingenious. But since he seemed to be a chi refinement stage cultivator, I didn't pay much attention. The scholar also looked puzzled. A chi refinement stage cultivator and a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Even if it was many years ago, the gap is too wide. The elder was somewhat speechless. The scholar could only smile wryly. Without delay, the two returned to the buildings below, and with a single command, their 300 to 400 disciples began packing up, preparing to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Han Li, with Tian Kinner, was entering a verdant bamboo building. Though these buildings were exceptionally clean, they clearly had some age. Feng Zhai, leading the way, explained ingratiatingly. After moving these buildings here, I followed my mother's instructions to periodically reinforce them with spiritual light to prevent decay and regularly clean them. So you are quite thoughtful, Han Li replied, scanning the hall. If he remembered correctly, this building was indeed the one where Xin Royan used to live. Now, the old things remained, but the beloved had passed away. Han Li felt a pang of sentiment as he thought about this, his gaze shifting to Tian Kinner. He was moved. The young girl, with her bright, dazed eyes, was gently touching the bamboo furniture and wandering slowly around the hall, her face showing a trance-like state, almost unable to control herself. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flickered with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, he waved to the Foundation establishment stage elder and instructed, "You may leave now. My disciple and I will stay here alone for a day. Come back tomorrow." Filled with unquestionable authority, Han Li's words made the elder's heart tremble. He quickly and respectfully agreed, quietly retreating. Han Li's figure blurred as he sat in a corner of the hall, closing his eyes to meditate, allowing Tian Kinner to roam around Xin Royan's old residence. The next morning, when Feng Zhai nervously returned, he found Han Li and the young girl had already disappeared, leaving only 2 bottles of unknown pills on the table. The elder was overjoyed. Pills left by a late nascent soul stage cultivator were undoubtedly extraordinary. He carefully collected the pills and immediately resolved to protect these bamboo buildings diligently. Who knew the senior might revisit, and there could be more opportunities for him. As Feng Zhai pondered his future, Han Li, with Tian Kinner, had already flown millions of miles away. But the girl's eyes were even more dazed, her expression more bewildered. "Master, why did you take me there? What do those bamboo buildings have to do with me?" The girl, silent since leaving the mountain, suddenly asked with a peculiar tone. "At first, I wasn't sure if they were related to you, but now it seems they are." Han Li replied blandly. "They are related to me." "Do you believe in reincarnation and past lives?" The girl, wanting to ask more, was interrupted by Han Li's words, which made her heart tremble. Her delicate face changed dramatically. "What does Master mean by this?" Tian Kinner asked, somewhat fearful. "How did you feel after spending a day in those bamboo buildings?" Han Li didn't answer directly, but asked lightly instead. "I don't know, but the feeling was strange and hard to describe," Tian Kinner murmured. "That place was once home to an old friend of mine. She also had the dragon chant body and was a natural array master, but she died young," Han Li said slowly. Ah, did Master not try to save her? Tian Kiner asked, startled. At that time, I hadn't even reached the core formation stage, so how could I have saved her? Besides, she had already lost the will to live due to another matter. The array books I gave you were left by her. I met her through another friend named Chi Yung Seo, shortly after I had just established my foundation and attended an underground auction in a market. Han Li didn't mind explaining and recounted how he met Chi Yung Seo, later met Xin Royan, and the reasons for their successive deaths, without concealing anything. When he spoke of meeting the descendants of Xin Royan's maidservants, he stopped. However, the girl was already dumbstruck, and after a long while she sighed deeply, her eyes showing a complex expression. So, does Master think I am her reincarnation? At first, I was only about 30% sure, but after seeing your reaction in the bamboo buildings, I am at least 50% sure now. That's enough. It seems that reincarnation truly exists, Han Li chuckled. Master's intention in accepting me as a disciple then, Tian Kiner asked uneasily. Rest assured, I genuinely accepted you as my disciple. I had some connection with Taoist Xin back then and greatly admired her talent in arrays. One reason for accepting you is the possibility that you are her reincarnation. The other is to cultivate your array skills to become a true array master, which may be very useful to me in the future. Of course, if you change your mind now and don't want to be my disciple, I can send you back to the chaotic star sea. Han Li looked at the girl and spoke slowly. I don't know if I am truly the reincarnation of your old friend, but even if I am, I have no memories of my past life. Now, with Master, a great cultivator, willing to take me, a chi condensation stage cultivator, as a disciple, how could I possibly give up such an opportunity? Tian Kiner quickly shook her head, her expression revealing fear that Han Li might refuse her as his disciple. After all, they had not yet performed the formal apprenticeship ceremony, and she was still just a nominal disciple. Very well. I can't promise much, but I am confident that I can ensure your safe cultivation to the core formation stage, Han Li said with a slight smile. Kiner is willing to be Master's disciple without any reservations, the girl said firmly. Good. When we return to the falling cloud sect, I will formally accept you as a disciple. I have never formally accepted a disciple before, only one nominal disciple. You will meet them in the sect, Han Li said with a gentle smile. The girl's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she finally showed a sweet smile. Han Li then activated his magic power, speeding up their travel, and soon they disappeared into the horizon. A few months later, Han Li, with the girl in tow, entered the borders of the Zai Kingdom without incident. A few days later, a dazzling blue streak of light appeared near the Yunmeng mountain range. When it was still 100 miles away, a thunderous roar erupted from the blue light. The roar, resembling both a dragon's chant and a phoenix's cry, shook the surrounding clouds, causing them to scatter and roll turbulently. Despite the incredible speed of the blue light, it flew tens of miles in a few blinks, and the roar, filled with powerful spiritual energy, alerted all three major sects within the Yunmeng mountain range. From nascent soul elders to qi condensation and foundation establishment disciples, everyone was astonished upon hearing the roar. The nascent soul cultivators, unable to remain seated, personally left their sects to investigate which high-level cultivator had arrived and dared to act so recklessly in the Yunmeng mountain range. Thus, just as Han Li flew into the mountains for about 10 miles, 5 beams of light shot toward him, clearly the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 sects. Han Li, his emotions calm but inwardly excited about soon seeing Nangong Wan again, steadied himself. As the light dimmed and the roar ceased, Han Li, with Tian Kiner, appeared and looked closely at the 5 beams of light. After a moment, a rare smile appeared on his face. As the 5 beams approached within 30 or 40 yards, they dispersed, revealing 5 cultivators. To Han Li's surprise, he recognized most of them. "Junior brother Han, is that you?" The middle-aged man in blue robes was the first to see Han Li clearly. Once he did, he shouted in surprise and joy. It was none other than Lu Luo, the elder who had invited Han Li into the Falling Cloud sect. "Senior brother Lu, it's been a while." Han Li smiled and cupped his hands. "So it's Taoist Han returning to the mountain. I wondered who had such astonishing skills. Wait, junior brother Han, you've reached the late nascent soul stage." The next speaker was a childlike red-robed cultivator, fire dragon child of the ancient sword sect, whose face now showed a shocked expression. "Senior brother Lan, you've also reached the mid-nascent soul stage." Han Li glanced at the childlike cultivator and smiled. "Junior brother Han, you jest. How could my mid-stage advancement compare to your achievement of becoming a grand cultivator?" Fire Dragon Child swallowed hard and responded dryly. The others, shocked by this revelation, used their divine senses to scan Han Li. They were equally stunned. Lu Luo's voice trembled as he asked again, "Is it true, junior brother? You've become a grand cultivator." "I was fortunate in my travels to break through to the late stage," Han Li replied calmly. Lu Luo was overjoyed, unable to find the right words, his face beaming with a wide smile. "Congratulations, Taoist Han. I didn't expect you to advance so far on the path of cultivation in just a century. It seems our Yunmeng mountain sects will now be a force to reckon with in Tiannan," said an elder surnamed Feng from the 100 Work Pavilion, whom Han Li had met at the 100 Work Yard. Han Li nodded with a smile, not saying much more. Although both initial and late-stage nascent soul cultivators were considered nascent soul cultivators and addressed each other as peers, the gap between them was clear to everyone. Naturally, the others instinctively felt a bit humbled in Han Li's presence. The other 2 unfamiliar men, newly advanced elders from the ancient sword sect and the 100 Work Pavilion, were even more reserved, greeting Han Li briefly and then keeping quiet. "Senior brother Lan, Taoist Feng, please go back for now. I've been away from the sect for many years and should return to gather with the elders. I will visit the ancient sword sect and the 100-work pavilion in a few days to pay my respects, Han Li said with a flash of his eyes. Fire Dragon Child and Elder Feng repeatedly said it wasn't necessary, and that they would personally visit the Falling Cloud sect to see Han Li. After agreeing on a visit 3 days later, they left. In a blink, only Lu Luo remained. Senior brother Lu, the other 2 sects have new nascent soul elders. Does our sect not have any? Why did you have to personally come out to welcome me? Han Li frowned and asked Lu Luo once the others had flown out of sight. Unfortunately, although our sect has recruited many promising disciples under your name, most are still low in cultivation. There are only a few close to breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but the situation should improve once those talented disciples mature. By the way, who is this young girl? Lu Luo asked, glancing at Tian Kiner. This is a disciple I took in during my travels, but we haven't formally performed the apprenticeship ceremony yet. Han Li smiled. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Tian Kiner respectfully saluted. Despite being at the qi condensation stage, her status as Han Li's disciple made her quite different from ordinary disciples who ranked by cultivation level. Ha ha, Rise. I didn't expect junior brother Han to finally accept a disciple. As your senior martial uncle, I don't have much to offer. Here, take this protective magic tool. Lu Luo laughed and took out a red glowing crystal ball from his storage bag, handing it to Tian Kiner. The girl was stunned, but quickly and joyfully accepted the gift with another salute. Han Li smiled and said nothing, and then he and Lu Luo, along with Tian Kiner, flew towards the Falling Cloud sect. On the way, Lu Luo briefed Han Li on the sect situation over the past century, especially the passing of the silver-haired Elder Cheng and the fact that Nangong Wan was still trapped. Han Li had somewhat expected Elder Cheng's passing, but still felt a pang of sadness upon hearing it confirmed by Lu Luo. After all, he had a good relationship with Elder Cheng back then. However, upon learning that Nangong Wan was still in the ice wall, Han Li's heart sank, his face showing some concern. But Lu Luo quickly explained with a smile. There's no need to worry, junior brother. Although she's still sealed, she has regained consciousness and is fine. She's currently cultivating some technique within the wall, and forcing her out now would ruin her efforts. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart relaxed. As expected, even without the method he personally brought to break the seal, Nangong Wan was unharmed. However, since he now possessed the method, it would be best to use it on her to eliminate any potential future troubles. Han Li made his decision swiftly. While they were chatting, the 3 of them arrived at the protective formation of the Falling Cloud sect. On the way, Lu Luo had sent a voice transmission talisman, so as soon as the 2 flew over, the mist of the formation began to roll and then gradually dissipated. The entire mountain guarding formation was being dismantled. Han Li was startled by this, but before he could say anything, Hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators, led by more than a dozen core formation cultivators, flew out from the sect gate. They formed lines in the air and shouted in unison. Disciples of falling cloud sect welcome elder, hand back to the sect as a late nascent soul cultivator. After shouting this, these cultivators excitedly bowed deeply to Han Li. Obviously, Lu Luo had informed the sect members about Han Li's advancement to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in his voice transmission. That's why these sect members had come out in such a grand manner to welcome this elder Han. After all, they clearly understood what it meant for the sect to have a grand cultivator. It would immediately become one of the super sects in Tiannan, and the cultivation resources they could access would far exceed what they had before. As disciples of falling cloud sect, they were naturally overjoyed. Han Li, however, looked at Lu Luo and smiled wryly. Senior brother Lu, I am not an outsider. Such a grand display seems unnecessary, doesn't it? Ha ha, what are you saying, junior brother Han? Since you've advanced to become a grand cultivator, our sect's disciples naturally have to give you a grand welcome. In a while, our sect will hold a grand ceremony to celebrate this event and invite elders from other sects to witness it. Otherwise, how could we match your current status? Lu Luo laughed heartily. As you wish, senior brother, but I won't involve myself in these matters. I'll just show my face when the time comes, Han Li said helplessly. According to the tradition in Tiannan, if a cultivator advanced to the late nascent soul stage, a grand ceremony had to be held to announce it to all of Tiannan. This was to let other sects know and recognize the sect's new super status. Han Li didn't want to oppose this. Thus, surrounded by many sect disciples, Han Li entered the falling cloud sect and went directly to a large hall within the sect. Han Li sat in the central seat of the hall, while Lu Luo, though sitting with him, had his seat slightly to the side, indicating that Han Li would now be the sect's leader. Han Li didn't say anything about this. In a sect with a late nascent soul cultivator, if that cultivator wasn't recognized as the leader, the sect would likely face big problems. The disciples would be uneasy, and other sects would be suspicious, eventually leading to chaos. So Han Li didn't refuse and tacitly accepted it, but he remained silent while sitting in the hall. After all, he had been away from the sect for many years and had never managed sect affairs before. It was still best to leave everything to senior brother Lu. Indeed, although Lu Luo's cultivation was not outstanding among nascent soul cultivators, he managed sect affairs very efficiently. He first introduced the newly advanced core formation disciples to Han Li, and then formally announced Han Li's advancement to the late nascent soul stage. Amid the disciples' excited gazes, he assigned some tasks and began preparing for the grand ceremony. Han Li sat quietly, his gaze casually sweeping over the sect disciples. Most of those present were core formation disciples, with a few foundation establishment cultivators who were important stewards responsible for mundane affairs. Whenever Han Li's gaze fell on a disciple, they all lowered their heads respectfully, showing their reverence for him. However, after a few glances, Han Li suddenly noticed that his nominal disciple Liu Yu and the woman surnamed Song from the White Phoenix clan were not among them. He was puzzled. After Lu Luo finished giving instructions, the disciples respectfully accepted their orders and left the hall to begin preparations for the grand ceremony. Senior brother Lu, I don't seem to see junior sister Song. Is she on a mission outside? Han Li asked casually. Lu Luo chuckled. Junior brother, you may not know, but junior sister Song has gone to Demonic Valley. She wanted to refine a particular elixir, but lacked a rare herb, which was reported to have been found in Demonic Valley. Exploring Demonic Valley, Han Li's expression changed. Don't worry, junior brother. The herb can be found in the outer areas of Demonic Valley. Besides, the valley has been gradually weakening since your expedition there. Although the inner valley is still dangerous, the outer valley's restrictions are diminishing, and the spatial rifts are mostly gone. As long as they avoid a few specific areas and the valley's hidden beasts, there shouldn't be much danger. Many cultivators have benefited from the outer valley over the years. By the way, Liu Yu and your concubine are also with her. They are all at the core formation stage and equipped with several fine treasures, so they should be safe, Lu Luo explained. The changes in Demonic Valley, and Liu Yu and Mu Paling are also there. Han Li was surprised. Yes, I'm amazed at how quickly your concubine advanced to the mid-core formation stage within a century, junior brother. With such rapid progress, she might have a chance to reach the nascent soul stage, Lu Luo said in wonder. The elixirs I left her were secondary. She had good aptitude to begin with, Han Li said, touching his chin. He thought to himself that he had originally planned to return from Dajin in a little over 10 years, so he hadn't left many elixirs to boost her cultivation. Otherwise, with continuous consumption of the elixirs, her advancement to the late core formation stage within a century would have been very likely. However, now that he had advanced to the late nascent soul stage, the elixir of heaven mending would be effective only for nascent soul cultivators. His original plans for her were no longer necessary, and he needed to carefully consider how to handle her. After all, everyone knew she was his concubine. Even if he let her go, no cultivator would dare to associate with her, fearing the wrath of a grand cultivator. Thinking this, Han Li chatted with Lu Luo for a while longer before excusing himself to visit Nangong Wan. Lu Luo naturally didn't stop him. Han Li left Tian Kiner temporarily in the hall and headed straight for the sect's forbidden area. Soon, Han Li arrived at the stone chamber in the forbidden area, feeling somewhat excited. He removed the restriction on the door and gently pushed it open. The stone chamber was exceptionally clean, just as it had been when he left. The shimmering ice wall still stood opposite the door. The only difference was that the little girl-like Nangong Wan in the ice wall had regained her original stunning appearance, though she still seemed to be in a deep sleep. Han Li's figure flickered, and he appeared before the ice wall. He gazed at the woman inside, his expression complex. At that moment, Nangong Wan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Han Li's gaze. The two stared at each other in silence. "You're back. This time it must have been hard for you." She suddenly smiled gently and said softly, "Deep within Demonic Valley, at the mountainside of an unknown mountain, a deafening roar echoed. Thick black chi billowed out of an unknown cave, quickly spreading hundreds of feet wide, almost obscuring half the sky as if a giant demon had descended. Heh. By using the residual demonic chi of that ancient demon, I advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage in just over a century, and my dark yin demonic chi has reached the last 2 levels. Coming to Demonic Valley was indeed the right decision. Next, I will search for a few handy treasures in the valley. With them, even if he comes for me, I won't be afraid. Then I'll find a way to enter the abyss of 10,000 demons and infuse this demonic corpse body with demonic chi. Breaking through to the late nascent soul stage should be possible. Other demonic cultivators fear being overwhelmed by demonic chi, but as a demonic corpse myself, I have nothing to fear. Once I reach the late stage, killing him and devouring his nascent soul will be easy. Then I will be him, and he will be me. There can only be one Han Li in this world." A hoarse voice echoed from the black chi, followed by insane laughter. The black chi surged and rolled toward a direction, disappearing in an instant. In the outer region of Demonic Valley, a red light shot out of a bamboo forest, quickly escaping. But with a shout, 3 beams of different colored sword light shot out of the bamboo forest, chasing after the red light at an even more astonishing speed. After a few flashes, they caught up. The 3 sword lights intertwined, and a strange bird over a meter long fell from the red light with a caw-caw scream. A white streak shot out from the bamboo forest, appearing next to the falling bird in a flash, revealing a beautiful woman in white. She raised her hand, and a purple herb flew out of the bird's corpse, which she caught with one hand. Chapter 1170. Arrangements. "Sister Liu, did you get the spiritual herb?" asked the woman in yellow, who had just flown out of the bamboo forest with another beautiful woman. "We got it, but it's not the one we're looking for. It's just a purple flame flower," replied the woman in white with a bitter smile. "No need to worry, Junior Sister Mew. We've only searched a small part of the outer valley. The illusion spirit grass we are seeking might be in other areas," said the last woman, who wore a green palace dress with a calm smile. These 3 beautiful women were none other than Liu Yu, Mew Paling, and the woman surnamed Song from White Phoenix Peak. They had been in the outer area of Demonic Valley for nearly half a month. While they had found some rare herbs, the illusion spirit grass they sought remained elusive. Liu Yu and Mew Paling were growing anxious, but the woman's surnamed Song remained unperturbed. "That's true, but the other areas could be dangerous. There might still be residual spatial rifts. If we accidentally fall into one, our lives could be at risk," Liu Yu said with a worried frown. Most of the spatial rifts have already disappeared. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't encounter any. Moreover, refining this pill is crucial for core formation cultivators. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers. If we don't dare take this risk, we might as well stay in the sect and cultivate in peace, the woman's surnamed Song said with a light laugh. Senior Sister Song is right. I am currently at the bottleneck of the mid-stage. Without this pill, it will be hard to break through, Mew Paling said after a moment of contemplation, sighing softly. Since both Senior Sister Song and Junior Sister Mew agree, I will naturally go along with it, Liu Yu said with a bright smile after a moment of reflection. With their decision made, the three women turned into streaks of light and shot off to search other areas of the outer valley. At the same time, the stone chamber door in the forbidden area of the falling cloud sect opened once again. Han Li stepped out with a hint of joy on his face, only to find Lu Luo, Tian Kinner, and others waiting for him with smiles. Junior brother Han, how is your wife? Lu Luo asked. She is fine. I used the method I acquired in Dajin to remove the soul-sealing curse again. She will be safe now. However, Wanner is currently at a critical stage in her cultivation of the Cha Nu Tian Yue technique and cannot leave the ice wall for a while. It will take a few more years. It's a pity that our cultivation attributes differ, or I could have helped her, Hanley said with a sigh, his smile fading into a look of regret. No need to rush, junior brother. Although she can't escape immediately, she can wake up on her own now. It's just a matter of waiting a few more years. When the time comes, I expect to attend your wedding, Lu Luo said with a relaxed expression, teasing Han Li. Han Li blushed slightly at this, but quickly regained his composure, smiling without saying anything. By the way, junior brother, since you are now a grand cultivator, it seems inappropriate for you to stay on Zimu Peak. How about moving back to the main peak, and I'll arrange a new cave residence for you? Lu Luo suggested hesitantly. There's no need for that. Although Zimu Peak is small, it's secluded. Even when Wanner comes out, it's enough for us, Han Li said after some thought, shaking his head. Since you insist, we'll leave it at that. By the way, I still have the nascent soul-level puppet you left behind. Lu Luo hesitated before bringing up the puppet. Now that I've advanced to the late nascent soul stage, the puppet is no longer of much use to me. I'll leave it for the sect. You can continue to control it, Han Li said with a smile. However, Wanner is at a critical stage of breaking through to the mid-stage bottleneck, and I don't want anything to disturb her, Han Li said, frowning suddenly. What do you mean? Lu Luo was puzzled. Zimu Peak is quite far from the forbidden area. While I won't be in long-term seclusion, I have a few treasures to reforge and may need to go out occasionally. I plan to strengthen the restrictions here and completely seal this place off. Do you have any objections? Hanley asked solemnly. Go ahead, junior brother. I intended to hand over the control of the forbidden area to you anyway, Lu Luo said with a laugh. He briefly explained Tian Kinner's situation, including her dragon chant physique and her possible reincarnation as his old friend. Interesting. So reincarnation is real. Don't worry, if you're not around, I'll help suppress her yang energy, Lu Luo promised without hesitation. Lu Luo waved his hand dismissively. Tian Kinner was touched by Han Li's thoughtfulness. She had been worried about what to do if her master went on long trips or into seclusion. Now she knew he had already made arrangements for her. After discussing the grand ceremony and the upcoming visits from other sects, Lu Luo left. As soon as he was gone, Han Li took out several sets of formation flags and discs and began modifying the restrictions around the stone chamber. During his trip to Dajin, Han Li had killed many nascent soul cultivators and obtained powerful formation tools from their storage bags, far superior to what he had before. This made him disdain the original restrictions and eager to enhance them. With these tools, setting up the formations was quick. In just the time it took for a meal, Han Li had completed the arrangements. After smiling at Tian Kinner, he re-entered the stone chamber. After a short while, he emerged again with a smile. Come, I'll show you where I live and set up a separate cave residence for you. I'll also give you some formation manuals for safekeeping, Han Li said cheerfully. With a flash of green light, Han Li and Tian Kinner flew out of the forbidden area towards Zimu Peak. In no time, they arrived above Zimu Peak. Han Li released a dozen golden flying swords, which transformed into golden streaks that disappeared into the mountain. Han Li then sat cross-legged, making hand seals. Soon, rumbling sounds came from the mountain side. Tian Kinner, standing behind him, looked around curiously. With Han Li's current cultivation, creating a small cave residence took no time. After about half an hour, he opened his eyes. The cave residence is done. You can arrange the interior as you like. If you need anything, use my elder token to get it from the sect. I'll be refining some treasures in my cave for a few days, so get familiar with the sect, Han Li instructed. Yes, Master, Tian Kinner replied excitedly. Han Li then took out several items, including tokens, flags, beads, swords, and mirrors. These are good quality artifacts, suitable for your current cultivation. Use them for self-defense. My disciples must have the power to protect themselves. The token controls the restrictions on Zimu Peak. Refine it first before leaving, Han Li said calmly. Han Li then turned into a streak of light and flew to the main peak, disappearing into the mountain. Tian Kinner, excited, played with her new artifacts for a while before heading to her new cave residence. Han Li, meanwhile, returned to his long-abandoned cave. Seeing everything as he left it, he felt nostalgic. He took out his herbs, spiritual insects, and beasts, placing them in their respective spots. He then entered his secret chamber to refine his second set of azure bamboo cloud swords, planning to incorporate the newly acquired Zheng essence. But that was just the first step. He also planned to infuse the swords with the Millennium Dark Jade from the small Extreme Palace, adding an ice attribute to their abilities, enhancing their power. Han Li was eager to see the improved abilities of his life-bound treasures. Han Li had been in seclusion in the secret chamber for 4 days and nights. When he emerged from the chamber with a satisfied expression, he found Lu Luo sitting cross-legged outside the restriction of his cave residence, waiting for an unknown length of time. Han Li thought for a moment and understood the situation. He smiled slightly, lifted the restriction on his cave, and personally went out to greet him. "Junior brother Han, I heard from nephew Tian that you were in seclusion refining artifacts. I thought I would have to wait a couple more days. I didn't expect you to come out so soon," Lu Luo said, delighted, as he rose and cupped his hands toward Han Li. "I was just re-refining some minor items I obtained from Great Jin. I initially thought it would only take 2 or 3 days. I didn't expect it to take longer than anticipated. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, senior brother. Are you here because someone from the ancient sword sect and the 100 Crafts Pavilion has arrived?" Han Li asked calmly. "That's right. Several elders from both sects have come, and it seems some of them still don't believe you've truly advanced to the late nascent soul stage," Lu Luo replied with a smile. "In that case, I should go and meet them," Han Li said noncommittally. "That would be best," Lu Luo said, clearly pleased. With that, the two turned into streaks of light and flew straight toward falling cloud sect. In no time, they arrived outside the main hall at the foot of the sect's main peak. At the hall's entrance stood over a dozen Foundation establishment disciples, who respectfully stepped forward to greet Han Li and Lu Luo. Some couldn't resist sneaking glances at Han Li. Han Li frowned slightly and let out a soft snort. To others, this snort sounded perfectly normal, but to the few disciples who had been sneaking glances, it was like a thunderclap, leaving them terrified and hastily lowering their heads, not daring to look again. "Are those friends inside the hall?" Lu Luo asked casually, as if he hadn't noticed Han Li's action. Reporting to the two patriarchs, the elders from the ancient sword sect and the 100 Crafts Pavilion have been meditating inside the hall without incident. A quick-witted disciple responded immediately. Lu Luo nodded. Han Li had already swept his divine sense over the hall, noting the cultivation levels of the visitors. 2 mid-nascent soul, 3 early nascent soul cultivators. It seemed the great elders of both sects had come personally. Han Li thought lazily to himself. Given that he had previously killed a late nascent soul cultivator, he naturally didn't regard these cultivators in the hall as a threat. Without a word, Han Li strode into the hall. Lu Luo, momentarily startled, quickly followed, but deliberately stayed a step behind Han Li, indicating that Han Li was leading. However, after only a few steps, Lu Luo was shocked to find that Han Li seemed to disappear. This so-called disappearance was not literal. He could still see Han Li with his eyes, but when he scanned with his divine sense, there was nothing there, as if Han Li were just a puff of air. Lu Luo inhaled sharply, feeling a mix of admiration and worry. This ability to completely mask one's aura was something only high-level cultivators could do. relying on their powerful divine sense to perform such a feat against those significantly weaker. Even though Lu Luo, an early nascent soul cultivator, knew where Han Li was, he couldn't sense him at all. This meant that if Han Li wanted to ambush someone of his level, they wouldn't detect him even if he got close. He was also worried that Han Li, being a newly advanced late-stage cultivator, might be showing off too much. If he failed to impress the mid-stage elders in the hall, it could backfire. But Lu Luo also understood that Han Li wouldn't use such a method unless he was confident. Despite this, the falling cloud sect elder felt uneasy and apprehensive. The corridor was short, and soon they reached the hall. Immediately, 10 pairs of eyes turned to them, initially focusing on Lu Luo before shifting, astonished, to Han Li. Seeing this, Lu Luo felt relieved. This indicated that none of the 5 nascent soul cultivators in the hall had sensed Han Li's presence. At this moment, the 5 in the hall changed their expressions drastically and stood up. Taoist Han, it seems you really have advanced to the late nascent soul stage. Even we mid-stage cultivators can't sense your presence, said a radiant-eyed, bearded elder with a serious yet smiling expression. This was none other than the great elder of the ancient sword sect, Elder Jin. Indeed, it has only been a little over a century. Brother Han has advanced to the late stage with astonishing speed, a feat rarely seen, added another quick-reacting individual, a burly man in a purple robe from the 100 Crafts Pavilion, known as Elder Lihuo. Han Li had seen both of them during a ceremony at the 100 Crafts Pavilion, and had even sparred with Elder Jin once. Han Li smiled faintly and replied, "I had some fortuitous encounters during my travels. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Taoist friends." Haha, for us cultivators, time flies in the blink of an eye. It's nothing, Elder Jin laughed. Han Li smiled slightly and looked at the other 3. 2 were newly advanced nascent soul cultivators from the 2 sects, but the last was a gentle-looking young woman. She was the ancient sword sect's female cultivator Minxin, whom Han Li had met at the 100 Crafts Pavilion ceremony years ago. Back then, she had tried using a mysterious technique on Han Li without success, leaving a lasting impression on him. Sweeping his divine sense over her, Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise. He then said softly to her, "Fairy Minxin, I see you've almost reached the bottleneck of the early stage. With a bit more effort, you'll likely advance to the mid-stage within a decade or so." The young woman looked uneasy when Han Li glanced at her. Hearing him casually state her cultivation progress so accurately, she paled. Before meeting Han Li, she was the most skeptical about his supposed advancement, more so than the mid-stage elders or other elders of the 2 sects. During the 100 Crafts Pavilion ceremony, she had recently advanced to the nascent soul stage and, aided by a special treasure, had progressed rapidly, being considered a prodigy by the ancient sword sect. But when she met Han Li, who had supposedly cultivated for less time yet was more advanced, she couldn't help but test him. She couldn't gauge his strength then, leaving her uneasy but still confident in her own progress, thinking she could catch up eventually. But now, just over a century later, hearing that Han Li had advanced to the late stage during his travels left her in disbelief. Yet, Han Li's demonstration of his powerful divine sense and his casual remark about her cultivation left her deeply shocked. After a long moment, she forced a smile and said, "Brother Han's abilities are truly extraordinary. With you overseeing Yunmeng Mountain, no one will dare trouble our 3 sects." "Ha ha, well said, Fairy Minkson. With Brother Han's current age, our Yunmeng Mountain will surely be safe for the next 7 or 8 centuries. And perhaps it's time we expanded beyond our current boundaries," Lu Luo interjected. Elder Jin and the purple-robed man exchanged glances, seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Lu Luo, however, seemed not to notice. Outside the outer valley of Demonfall Valley, Mu Paling and her 2 companions emerged from a seemingly hidden cave, their expressions troubled and anxious. This was the last place that might have had phantom spirit grass, but we're still empty-handed. Could it be that the outer valley's phantom spirit grass has been completely harvested? Said Liu Yu, halting with a look of hesitation. It's possible. However, the inner valley surely has some, the woman surnamed Song said, her previously calm demeanor now anxious. The inner valley is too dangerous for us. It's a death trap, Mu Paling said, her face paling. Not necessarily. I once obtained a map from an old acquaintance of Master Han, detailing a safe route into the inner valley. If we don't stray from it, we should minimize the risk of encountering spatial rifts, Song Yu said thoughtfully. Chapter 1172, Captured. Han Shishu, are you saying? Mu Paling was taken aback, her words faltering. Yes, it's the map given to me by senior sister Zai Ling, as I mentioned to Mu Shaimai once. She accompanied senior uncle through the inner valley back then. That's why she knew such a safe route. The woman surnamed Song smiled gently. I met senior sister Zai Ling once decades ago. She was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, captivating even for us women. I heard many high-ranking male cultivators pursued her relentlessly, causing quite a stir. She's even been called the most beautiful woman in the southern immortal realm. But her origins are mysterious, and she has known Master for a long time, seeming like a confidant. Mu Mei, you should be careful. Liu Yu chuckled lightly, her words teasing. What do I need to be careful of? Mu Paling's jade-like face flushed slightly, giving a disdainful snort. Liu Shaimai, don't tease Mu Shaimai. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Do both of you intend to venture into the inner valley? The woman surnamed Song asked seriously. Mu Paling and Liu Yu exchanged glances, showing signs of hesitation. Sister Song, is the route map given by senior sister Zai Ling really the path Master took years ago? If so, it's not impossible to give it a try. After all, the phantom spirit grass is crucial for our future breakthroughs. It's a bit regretful to return empty-handed. Liu Yu raised her eyebrows and said slowly, if we only search for herbs near the entrance of the valley, I can go. Mew Paling's expression fluctuated for a while before finally succumbing to the temptation of the elixir, sighing lightly. "All right, since both of you have made up your minds, let's take the risk. But let's agree beforehand, we'll only move within a few 100 miles from the entrance. If we still can't find the phantom spirit grass, we'll immediately retreat from the inner valley. Our lives are more important than any elixir." After nodding, the woman surnamed Song emphasized, "Of course, even if we have a route map, as mere foundation establishment cultivators, going deep into the valley would be suicidal. I heard that some ancient beasts in the valley can even scare away unwind cultivators." Liu Yu smiled brightly. "Those ancient beasts usually hide deep in the valley. Near the entrance, there shouldn't be any problem. Let's not delay any longer. Let's go," Mew Paling said decisively. The other two women didn't want to delay any longer. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of light and soared into the air from the front of the cave, heading straight in a certain direction. 5 days later, at the edge of the inner valley, in a world of ice and snow, 3 women appeared in the cold wind. Not far behind them, there was a huge ice crack, which was the passage Han Li and Zai Ling followed with the ghostly sect people into the inner valley. The 3 women had already activated thick light shields and were not afraid of the cold wind. They whispered to each other for a while. Then the 3 women floated a few feet above the ground and slowly flew towards a distant place, not daring to move faster. The snow-covered area was not large. After just half a day, the 3 women flew out of this area, and a strangely green mountain peak appeared before them. The 3 women were overjoyed and immediately separated, starting to search for spiritual herbs around this mountain. After a day and a night, the 3 women gathered again at the top of the mountain. After glancing at each other, they all couldn't help but smile bitterly. There are many rare spiritual herbs on this mountain that are not found elsewhere, but there's no trace of phantom spirit grass. Liu Yu said in frustration, "I'm the same. I didn't find phantom spirit grass, but I managed to gather the other herbs needed for another pill. It's not a total loss." Mew Paling also smiled wryly. "It seems that we really have no chance with phantom spirit grass. Let's return to the inner valley." Song Yu sighed lightly and said sadly, "Shouldn't we search again carefully? Maybe we missed something," Liu Yu suggested unwillingly. "Forget it. If we force it, we won't find any opportunities. Moreover, the inner valley is too dangerous. Even if we stay near the entrance for a long time, we're likely to get into trouble. Let's leave immediately." Song Yu shook her head decisively. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's delicate face showed a trace of unwillingness, just about to say something when suddenly thunderous thunder came from the distance. The 3 women were startled and couldn't help but look up. In the direction where the thunder came from, a black cloud seemed to be rapidly approaching. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it grew larger. As it got closer, it became clearer, rolling unpredictably with thunderous sounds, which was quite alarming. "Oh no, there's something wrong with this dark cloud. It might be an ancient beast. With their experience, the three women immediately noticed the strangeness of the dark cloud. Song Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, the three women leaped into three streaks of light and fled in the direction they came from. The thing inside the dark cloud seemed to have noticed the three women, and the speed of the dark cloud changed. It chased after the three women faster than before, with faint, chilling laughter emanating from inside. It's not an ancient beast. It seems to be a demonic cultivator. Liu Yu, who came from the demonic path, recognized the eerie laughter and the nature of the dark cloud. She suddenly reminded them. Whether it's a person or a demon, the other party means no good. We can't fight head-on. Seeing the dark cloud getting closer, Song Yu urgently shouted, tapping her storage bag. A white misty sphere appeared in her hand. With a muttered spell, the sphere suddenly turned into a white cloud that enveloped all three of them unexpectedly. The white cloud unexpectedly trembled and suddenly burst into a meteor-like speed, even faster than the dark cloud behind it. A trivial skill, daring to display it in front of me. However, a sinister voice came from the dark cloud, followed by the dark cloud rolling and condensing into a black giant hand. After a flash, it turned into a black light over 10 zhang long, and its speed suddenly increased by several times. In just a few flickers, it caught up with and surpassed the white cloud. Behind is a demonic cultivator in the Yuan Wying stage. Quickly think of a way to stop him. Song Yu's shocked and angry voice came from within the white cloud. I'll release the spirit insects. Even if I lose these few frost centipedes, I must stop him, Liu Yu said urgently. As soon as she said this, with a few light sounds, 7 or 8 half-foot-long snow-white centipedes shot out from the white cloud and pounced on the black light. Ah, the six-winged frost centipede. Ha, I thought who it was. It turned out to be you, little girl Liu Yu. Dare to send these few insignificant insects to deal with me. Upon seeing the centipedes, the person in the black light was not surprised but laughed loudly. Suddenly, several black threads shot out from the black light and pierced through the white centipedes in a flash. The black light itself flickered, and without stopping at all, it glided past several centipedes. The centipedes floated motionless in midair. After a while, with a bang, they were wrapped in black flames and turned into flying ashes, disappearing into thin air. This black flame was a strange magical technique, and these few six-winged frost centipedes seemed to be unable to resist it at all. Seeing this scene, Liu Yu was shocked and amazed, especially when she did not know the background of the demonic cultivator behind her, but recognized her origin from a few centipedes. However, his voice was extremely strange and unfamiliar. The speed of the black light was too fast. Before the three women could think of a way to retreat, it had already caught up with the white cloud above. Immediately after a turn, another black giant hand appeared on the dark cloud and fiercely grabbed downwards. The three women exclaimed simultaneously, and 3 sword lights and a long barrier were shot out of the white cloud. The black light flashed, and all the treasures such as flying swords were all grabbed by the big hand, and then 5 fingers flicked, and the flying swords and other magic weapons mysteriously flew away and disappeared. However, with just a short delay, the white cloud burst open with a bang, and 3 streaks of light shot out in different directions. The 3 women planned to escape separately, but an incredible scene appeared. A burst of black mist suddenly flew out of the big hand, swept towards the 3 light streams, and surprisingly wrapped the 3 light streams, swept back and fell. The black mist wrapped the 3 women at the same time. They were both shocked and terrified, their protective spiritual lights flickering wildly as they struggled desperately to break free from the grasp of the giant hand. But just then, a cold snort echoed in their ears. A surge of black chi erupted from the hand, engulfing them head-on. Their consciousness scattered instantly, their eyes going dark as they fell into unconsciousness. As the black hand finally released them with a flash, it transformed into a large mass of black mist, which then converged in the center and swiftly rotated, revealing a tall figure cloaked in darkness. This figure, completely blackened, yet with eyes gleaming an eerie green, emitted a chilling aura. Didn't expect it would be these 3 women. This works out well. Keeping them in check might make that person think twice about acting rashly. These 3 are quite important to you. I doubt you'd sacrifice yourself to save them, but a little coercion might just yield some results. The figure spoke with a hoarse voice, staring at the 3 women within the black mist, a cold smile playing on their lips. After some unknown time passed, the woman named Song Yu, with the deepest cultivation among them, slowly regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a cold ground, surrounded by shimmering stalactites emitting white light. The woman was startled and quickly sat up, intending to release her protective spiritual light first. But just as she was about to call upon her inner strength, she let out a gasp of surprise and collapsed back onto the ground. You've been restricted by my spell. Don't even think about using your magic power. You're now no different from an ordinary person. A lazy voice suddenly rang out, startling the woman named Song. In the corner of the cave, a tall, dark figure sat cross-legged. Because it remained motionless, she hadn't noticed it at all initially. Almost simultaneously, she realized that her internal magic power was indeed unable to coalesce, making her feel as if she had been truly subjected to a powerful restriction, and her heart sank. Who are you, and why did you capture my sisters and me? The woman named Song glanced around and found that Mu Paling and Liu Yu were lying behind her. Although they were unconscious, they seemed unharmed, which eased her mind a bit. I didn't expect to encounter the 3 of you in the inner valley. You can only blame yourselves for running into me and being of some use to me. Nephew Song, as long as you stay here obediently, I won't make things difficult for you out of respect for old times. But if you try to escape, don't blame me for being ruthless, the tall figure said coldly. Nephew Song, I don't recall having such an elder in my sect. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else, Song Yu asked in surprise. It's not strange that you don't recognize me. It's enough that I recognize you. How is that girl, Xiling? The tall figure asked casually. You know Xiling. Who are you? Song Yu's heart was even more shocked, and she shouted. You want to know who I am? That's simple, the black figure murmured and suddenly stood up, walking towards the woman named Song. After just a few steps, the figure emerged from the darkness, revealing its appearance to her eyes. Dressed in a pitch-black robe, with a skull-like head and a pair of large fangs slightly protruding from its mouth, it looked extremely terrifying. Additionally, its exposed arms seemed to be made of gold and silver, shining eerily. Who are you? I've never seen you before, although the figure's appearance made her heart skip a beat. Song Yu managed to ask calmly. Is that so? In this form, it's natural that you wouldn't recognize me. The black-robed person said calmly, but with a strange look in their eyes as they gazed at Song Yu. As soon as she met the figure's gaze, she felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly recalled someone. You are. Impossible, Song Yu exclaimed. You finally figured it out. But don't be surprised. I am not that person yet. However, it won't be long before I become him, the black-robed person said with a strange low laugh, then returned to their original spot and sat down cross-legged, ignoring Song Yu. The woman in palace attire was left in disbelief, her heart unable to calm down, as a young man's image flashed in her mind, merging with and separating from the black-robed figure before her. Could it really be Uncle Han? But he didn't look like this. Did he encounter a great calamity while traveling and was forced to seize another body? But that doesn't make sense. Although Uncle Han is in the mid-nascent soul stage, his magical abilities are almost on par with late-stage cultivators. How could he encounter such a situation? And even if his body was destroyed and he had to seize another, why wouldn't he return to the sect to recuperate but hide in the Demon Valley and be so ruthless to us? What did those last words mean? Despite her exceptional talent, Song Yu was left bewildered as she stared at the black figure. HMPH, you two are also awake. There's no need to pretend anymore. The black-robed person suddenly opened their eyes and snorted. Song Yu was taken aback by these words and was about to turn around in surprise when Mu Paling's voice came from behind. You're not the young master. You're the young master's second nascent soul. How did you break free from the young master's control and gain independent consciousness? Where is the young master now? Her voice was filled with an indescribable mixture of worry and fear. Sister Mu, are you sure? Is this really the second incarnation our master created? Song Yu's surprised voice also came, equally incredulous. Song Yu turned to see the other two women sitting up. Liu Yu, in particular, had her hand over her mouth, her face full of shock. I don't know much, but I heard that the young master practiced a rare secret technique in the human world to condense a second nascent soul. However, this second nascent soul is extremely dangerous and could easily develop its own consciousness and turn against its master, Mu Paling said, staring intently at the black figure with an uncertain expression. Song Yu, and Liu Yu looked at each other in shock upon hearing this. You recognize my true form. Oh, I remember now, it was that girl Yinyu who let it slip. But I didn't intend to hide anything. I was indeed that person's second nascent soul. But once my cultivation is complete and I devour his primordial spirit, I will become him, and he will become me. Stay here obediently. If everything goes smoothly, I will release you. This place is extremely hidden, and even if he searched himself, he wouldn't be able to find you, the black-robed person admitted frankly. He was indeed the second nascent soul formed by the wooden spirit baby of Han Li, who had disappeared after a battle with several immortal masters. Back then, this nascent soul was severely injured by one of the immortal masters and should have dissipated. However, it had been infused with some of the profound yin demon energy taught by Han Li, which triggered the protective spell of the ghost Luo banner that had been imbued with immense demonic energy, saving it by drawing it into the banner and infusing it with pure demonic energy. Had Han Li not been too far away, the second nascent soul would have returned to him after recovering. But Han Li was also severely injured and had to hide in water, drifting to the Jin dynasty. Thus, the second nascent soul, unable to locate Han Li, wandered the grasslands until it developed a slight independent consciousness 2 or 3 decades later. It then quietly returned to the Jin dynasty and entered the Demon Valley, where it found the mindless heavenly fiend demon corpse. The demon corpse, despite being severely damaged by the ancient demon, had not vanished from the world, slowly recovering over time. But without Han Li's control, the demon corpse acted purely on instinct. If left unchecked, it could develop its own consciousness again in a few centuries. However, when the second nascent soul found it, it easily took over the demon corpse using the previous restrictions and devoured its original essence and spirit. This was why the second nascent soul chose to find the demon corpse instead of seizing the body of another cultivator. Seizing a body of the same level was risky, with a chance of being killed instead. The demon corpse, having the power of a nascent soul cultivator but no consciousness, was the perfect target for possession. The second nascent soul found it without hesitation. Using the remaining demonic energy in the spatial rift where the ancient demon's body was stored, combined with the corpse chi of the demon corpse and the help of the ghost Luo banner, it managed to cultivate most of the profound yin demon energy in just a few decades and advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. After finding a few unclaimed treasures in several secret locations within the valley and refining them, it was ready to leave. However, it encountered Mu Paling and the others by chance. Initially, it didn't recognize the 3 women, but, influenced by its cultivated demonic energy and pure demonic chi, it intended to kill them to prevent them from revealing its presence and to vent its pent-up ferocity. But recognizing them through Han Li's memories, it hesitated and decided to capture them instead, placing restrictions on them and confining them here. How long do you intend to keep us here? Mu Paling, though inwardly despairing, mustered the courage to ask. The reason she could recognize the second nascent soul at a glance was because of an unnamed jade pendant given to her by Silver Moon years ago along with some elixirs. The pendant, kept close to her, had a trace of the second nascent soul's aura, allowing her to sense it at close range. She hadn't understood its purpose at the time, but now realized its intent. Silver Moon likely anticipated the possibility of the second nascent soul losing control and gave her the pendant as a precaution. The pendant's change had indeed allowed her to identify the second nascent soul immediately. The black-robed person, hearing her question, glanced coldly at her and replied indifferently, "Until there is only one Han Li in this world." With Uncle Han's abilities and cultivation speed, do you think that's possible? Song Yu, now calm after sorting out the situation, asked slowly. "Currently, I am no match for him, but I have a chance of escaping. And with you three in my hands, I feel even more secure. As for how I will succeed, you don't need to worry about it," the black-robed person said with a sinister smile, giving nothing away. Liu Yu was about to speak when the black-robed person interrupted unceremoniously enough. "I know what you're planning, but don't bother. You can only leave here if I either devour him or he wipes out my consciousness, turning me back into his second nascent soul. For now, just sleep a while longer." As he spoke, he made a hand gesture and chanted a spell. Immediately, various colored lights flashed on the ground around the three women, and a large amount of black chi surged up. Startled, they realized they were within a large array. As the black chi enveloped them, the three women felt dizzy and fell unconscious again. The black-robed person then stopped chanting and released the hand gesture. However, his gaze became complicated as he looked at the black chi. 1 month later, within the Xuanwu Hall of the Taisian sect, known as the foremost righteous sect in Tianan, an old Taoist with a baby-like face but white hair and beard frowned as he looked at a pale white jade slip in his hand, his expression uncertain. After a while, he sighed deeply and suddenly ordered to the outside of the hall, "Come in." With this command, 2 middle-aged Taoists promptly entered the hall. "Master, what are your orders?" The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators bowed respectfully. "Take this invitation to Jinxia Valley in the back mountain. Inform the Supreme Elder that a 4th great cultivator has appeared in Ziguo, and now Loyun's sect has sent an invitation for a grand ceremony. Ask if the Supreme Elder wishes to attend personally, or if one of the patriarchs will go." The old Taoist handed over the jade slip with a solemn expression. "Yes, Master. We will personally deliver this to the patriarch." The 2 Taoists' faces changed slightly, but they answered respectfully without hesitation. They took the jade slip and transformed into 2 streaks of light, flying out of the hall straight towards the back mountain. The Tianyang Pool, a notorious forbidden area within the Hehuan sect, was not large, only a few hundred feet across, but it was perpetually shrouded in dense gray fog. No one, not even the nascent soul elders of the sect, dared to step into the fog lightly. Normally, the area within a 20-mile radius of the pool was deserted. But at this moment, 5 or 6 cultivators in various attires, both men and women, stood shoulder to shoulder 10 feet away from the fog, staring silently at it. The fourth great cultivator, that Han boy's cultivation speed is truly remarkable. Although I always knew he would reach this level eventually, I didn't expect him to advance again in just 100 years. Given this, it seems I must attend this ceremony myself. A light sigh came from within the fog. The cultivators outside the fog remained silent, standing still as if they dared not make a sound. On a cliff by the sea on a certain island of Kyling Island, an ordinary-looking old man in a green robe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the vast ocean with an exceptionally calm expression. However, in his hand, which was behind his back, he held a white jade slip that glowed faintly. In a pavilion in Linglong Mountain of Baelyang Kingdom, a young woman with a beautiful face and an aura of icy coldness sat opposite an elderly fat man, each in a wooden chair. The old man carefully asked the woman, "Senior, will you personally attend the ceremony of Loyun's sect this time? That person has reached the late nascent soul stage at such a young age. His lifespan alone can intimidate the heavenly south for 700 or 800 years. If we can reconcile with him, our 6 sects can rest easy. Why, now that Junior Master Lay has taken over the sect, you want to invite him back to your valley?" The beautiful young woman's face darkened, and she replied coldly, "Senior, you misunderstand. Given his current status, he wouldn't return to our humble Huangfeng Valley. But our sect and your palace have some ties with him, and building some rapport could be beneficial to our 6 sects," the fat old man said awkwardly under the icy stare of the young woman. "If you want to curry favor with him, don't count on me. My junior brother will attend the ceremony. He has a good relationship with my junior sister, which is more appropriate than me going," the beautiful woman said after a moment of silence, her face expressionless. "Senior Wu, that's good," the fat old man responded with a smile. "HMPH, no wonder Huangfeng Valley is so anxious about him. Ever since Daeyu Linghu's passing, your valley hasn't had a nascent soul cultivator. If Daeyu Linghu hadn't had an agreement with him and informed our 5 sects, your valley might not have been able to stand in Baelyang Kingdom," the woman sneered. The old man showed a look of embarrassment at these words. 2 months later, the entire Heavenly South was in an uproar. In the Heavenly South cultivation world, every sect, no matter its size, received an invitation from the Loyun sect, announcing that one of their elders had advanced to the late nascent soul stage and inviting them to a grand ceremony to celebrate. Although the invitation did not specify which elder, everyone guessed it was Han Li, who had once astonished the Heavenly South with his prowess. Naturally, this caused a stir among all the sects, regardless of their size. Smaller sects, in awe, readily agreed to attend. Larger sects, though muttering inwardly, also agreed to send at least one elder to the ceremony. For a while, Han Li's name reverberated throughout every corner of the heavenly South. Whether among reclusive cultivators in remote mountains or in cultivation families and sects, Han Li became the most frequently mentioned name in the past century. Everyone eagerly discussed this young man, who had reached the late nascent soul stage. 3 months later, Loyun Sek's ceremony commenced. Over 100 nascent soul cultivators attended, along with several times more core formation cultivators. As the main figure of the event, Han Li only made a brief appearance on the first day, said a few words, and then invited over a dozen mid-nascent soul elders from various sects to a private gathering in a secret hall within Loyun's sect. This included 2 late nascent soul great cultivators, Hehuan Liamo from the Hehuan sect and Wei Wayu from the Hudi sect. After 3 days and nights, when these nascent soul elders emerged from the hall, they all looked pale, with hidden expressions of fear. Even Wei Wayu and Hehuan Liamo appeared particularly grim. Curious attendees naturally inquired about what had transpired in the hall. However, those questioned either smiled bitterly or shook their heads, unwilling to reveal anything. This, naturally, made the other cultivators even more curious. The ceremony lasted half a month, but Han Li did not appear again after the first day. The dozen highest-ranking nascent soul elders also didn't say a word about what happened in the hall, and they left Loyun's sect immediately after the ceremony ended, without lingering for a moment. As a result, other cultivators were even more perplexed about what had happened in the hall that could leave such a lasting impression on everyone, including the 2 great cultivators. Although the nascent soul elders were reluctant to speak of the hall's events, they had close friends and confidants, and soon, some information leaked out. The leaked information caused another uproar in the heavenly South cultivation world. Some nascent soul elders revealed that the newly advanced 4th great cultivator of Loyun's sect, Han Li, had proposed a sparring match with Wei Wayu and Hehuan Liamo during the gathering. It was not unusual for a newly advanced cultivator to spar with other great cultivators to test his abilities and establish his reputation. However, Han Li proposed to challenge both Wei Wayu and Hehuan Liamo simultaneously. This was unprecedented. Surprisingly, after a brief consideration, both Wei Wayu and Hehuan Liamo accepted the challenge. The outcome left all the nascent soul elders present dumbfounded. Han Li, using several incredible techniques and powerful treasures, easily defeated the 2 great cultivators. Wei Wayu and Hehuan Liamo, who had dominated the heavenly South for centuries, were no match for Han Li, and both suffered minor injuries. The attendees were shocked to see that Han Li seemed to have more techniques he had not even used. Everyone was left speechless. For the remainder of the time, Han Li led the exchange of cultivation insights, but what used to be a highly valued discussion left everyone restless and uneasy. After 3 days, when the nascent soul elders emerged from the hall, their unusual expressions were noted by other cultivators. Such astonishing news spread quickly, and while many were skeptical, the silence of the dozen nascent soul elders who had attended the gathering convinced everyone of its truth. The heavenly South was in awe. From then on, when mentioning Han Li or discussing matters related to him, even in secluded rooms or remote wilderness, everyone spoke in hushed tones, wary of showing any disrespect or casualness. The title of the foremost cultivator in the heavenly South quietly spread throughout the cultivation world. Above the sea near Kailing Island, a middle-aged Taoist with jade-like skin and an old man in green robes floated facing each other, their expressions extremely solemn. After a long silence, the old man in green finally spoke. "Ziyang, you didn't call me out here just to play guessing games, did you? Just say what you came to say." This green-robed old man was none other than Wei Wayu, one of the three great cultivators. "Don't feign ignorance, Wei. You know why I'm here," the middle-aged Taoist replied coolly. "So the rumors are somewhat true. You and Hehuan Liamo really suffered at his hands." The Taoist's expression turned serious. Chapter 1175, Refining Wings. "A minor loss. Is that what you think?" Wei Wuya's eyes suddenly narrowed. "What, do you mean that even with you and Hehuan joining forces, you can't handle that Han kid?" Ziyang Shangren asked in shock. "You overestimate me. The two of us together could only hold out for a brief moment before suffering damage to our vitality," Wei Wuya said woodenly. "Impossible. No matter how powerful that Han kid is, he's only recently advanced to the later stage. At best, he should be slightly better than the three of us. How could you two be unable to defeat him?" Ziyang Shangren's expression changed, and he shook his head in disbelief. "It's not something to be proud of, to admit that the two of us couldn't defeat a newly advanced cultivator. Why would I lie about it? Besides, not to make you laugh, but the man's abilities are indeed profound. Although it seemed like we only suffered a minor defeat, he wasn't using his full strength. I have a feeling he genuinely has the capability to kill late-stage nascent soul cultivators like us," Wei Wuya said with a hint of fear in his eyes. Ziyang Shangren was stunned by these words. "Of course, if you don't believe me, you're welcome to go to the Falling Cloud sect and try for yourself. Hee, since you came all the way from Tasian sect, I suspect you already have this intention," Wei Wuya suddenly sneered. Ziyang Shangren's expression changed, but he didn't argue, indicating that Wei Wuya had guessed correctly. "If I were you, I wouldn't humiliate myself. But I don't mind. My end is near anyway. Even if Han's abilities are comparable to a deity, I don't care much anymore. But you and Hehuan still have some years ahead of you, and it might not be wise to provoke him," Wei Wuya said calmly. "What, Brother Wei? Your lifespan is running out." Ziyang Shangren was shocked. "Yes, I advanced to the late stage over 200 years before you, so naturally, I'll go ahead of you. I have only a few years left. You and Hehuan, on the other hand, still have some time and a slight chance of advancing to deity stage," Wei Wuya said with a melancholic expression. "Brother Wei, you..." Ziyang Shangren wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words, his expression complex. As long as the great Tao remains unachieved, no matter how much we dominate the mortal world, it ultimately amounts to nothing. We've known each other for many years. If you're willing to listen, I'd advise you not to get involved in the matters of Tian Nan and your sect. Focus on your cultivation instead. Unlike me, you might still have a chance. Besides, with Han's current abilities, you and Hehuan together won't be his match once I'm gone. It might be better to yield the title of the #1 sect in Tian Nan and earn his favor. After all, the rise and fall of a sect are normal occurrences. I believe Han won't push you too hard, and you can use the time to concentrate on your cultivation, Wei Wuya advised. All right, I've said my piece. Whether you listen or not is up to you. I'll be heading back to the island. This might be the last time we meet, Wei Wuya said, clasping his fists, and without waiting for a response, turned into a streak of light and flew towards the Seven-Spirit Island. Ziyang Shangren stood still, deep in thought. After a long time, he sighed and turned into a white rainbow, flying towards the Zai Kingdom. This late-stage nascent soul cultivator from Taisian sect decided to visit Han Li personally. A month later, news spread that Ziyang Shangren had visited the Falling Cloud sect, but left after half a day and announced his closed-door cultivation upon returning to Taisian sect. This caused quite a stir among the sects in Tian Nan. Even the most clueless could see that Ziyang Shangren hadn't gained any advantage from Han Li. Otherwise, why would he show such a submissive stance upon his return? As a result, Han Li's reputation as the #1 cultivator in Tian Nan was solidified, and the Falling Cloud sect's power grew exponentially, occupying most of the Zai Kingdom within a few months. Other sects either submitted or relocated to other countries. The Gu Jian sect and Bai Cairo Institute, due to their location in the Yunmeng Mountains, managed to survive and expand their influence, but became almost like subsidiaries to the rapidly rising Falling Cloud sect, experiencing both pain and gain. In a cave on the Falling Cloud sect's Zimu Peak, Han Li was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber, eyes closed. A huge formation was drawn on the ground, with a pair of snow-white wings floating in the center, surrounded by silver arcs of electricity and wrapped in a blue and white flame. With each turn, the wings emitted layers of various runes, countless in number. Han Li, making gestures with his hands, was controlling the formation to release blue and white flame pillars to continuously refine the wings. After some time, Han Li stopped his hand gestures and opened his eyes. He looked at the slowly rotating wings in the flames and pointed at them. The wings trembled and glowed blue, emitting a powerful aura while the silver arcs crackled loudly, making an impressive display. But Han Li frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and spat out a small blue cauldron. The cauldron spun around and landed steadily in front of him. What now? I've explained the refining method to you more than once. A sigh came from the cauldron. The voice was childish but had an old tone, making it sound rather amusing. Han Li, however, showed no amusement, his face cold as he said, "I followed your method exactly. Although I integrated the Kunpeng feather into the wind thunder wings, its power is only on par with a pseudo-spiritual treasure like the three-flame fan. Where is the great power you mentioned? Are you trying to deceive me?" His expression was extremely dark. "Impossible. The Kunpeng feather is a supreme treasure. It can't have just this little power. Let me take a look at the wind thunder wings," the cauldron said. A faint figure emerged from the cauldron's lid, the phantom of the Tianlin holy beast. Han Li didn't speak, but gestured for the wings to come over. With a whoosh, the wind thunder wings turned into a blue and white streak and flew to hover above the boy's head. The boy stared at the wings intently, his expression changing continuously. After a long time, he closed his eyes in thought. "I understand now. The refinement of the Kunpeng feather is more difficult than I anticipated. Although it's merged with the wings, its wind attribute law hasn't truly been activated. So this treasure currently has only the power of a pseudo-spiritual treasure, far from a true heaven-reaching spiritual treasure," the boy said calmly after opening his eyes again. "How do I activate the power of the Kunpeng feather?" Han Li asked bluntly. "To activate it now, you either need to switch to a wind attribute cultivation method, which you could barely manage with your current level, or find a top-grade wind attribute spirit stone," the boy explained. Switching to a wind attribute method, or finding a top-grade wind attribute spirit stone. "Neither of these is possible for me," Han Li said without hesitation. "Then it's troublesome. Although there are other methods, they can't be achieved in the human world, so it's pointless to discuss them," the boy said helplessly. "HMPH, so it's not my refining method that's wrong, but your miscalculation," Han Li said coldly. "That seems to be the case," the boy said, finally showing a trace of embarrassment. "Forget it. The wind thunder wings can simultaneously activate wind and thunder power, which already satisfies me. If it had the great power you mentioned, it wouldn't be something I could control now anyway," Han Li said, his expression relaxing, seemingly not intending to pursue the matter further. The boy was taken aback by this and looked skeptical. He knew very well that while this human cultivator's level was insignificant in his eyes, he wasn't the type to easily accept a loss. "If you have any conditions, just state them. To make up for my previous mistake, I might agree to one or two of them," the boy said after a moment of contemplation. "Since Senior offered, I'll gladly accept," Han Li said with a slight smile, following the boy's lead. The Tianlin holy beast's phantom rolled its eyes. Han Li patted his storage bag, and a green glow emerged, revealing several odd items in front of him. A fist-sized transparent gel, 3 pieces of shiny black crystals, a black and white bead, and a thumb-sized black eyeball. These materials were obtained by chance, but I couldn't identify their uses. Since you come from the higher realm, you must be knowledgeable. Please enlighten me," Han Li said calmly, pointing at the items. Where did you get these materials? The others are fine, but these two are rare even in the spirit realm, the boy said in surprise. He reached out and two items flew into his hand.